Chronicles of the Stellar Mecha War. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726, Searching for Relatives. Lin Fan almost lost her grip on the spear. What does being a citizen of Octobers mean? Not to mention that she was born and raised on Langsing. She remembered everything from her childhood to adulthood, except for the period before she was 3 years old. Just talking about species, the two sides are too different. No matter how you trace the origin of Langsing people, they are all evolved from apes and have nothing to do with octopuses. What's more, the two planets are so far apart. They may have traveled in the universe for longer than she is, so what kind of citizens are they? But despite all her subconscious complaints, the fact that she had just experienced it a few days ago, that she could breathe in water, came to her mind again. At that time, she thought it was related to the Mecha, but if the Mecha was related to the octopus, then it would make sense. Octopuses are aquatic creatures, so isn't it normal for them to be able to breathe freely in water? In addition, after Lin Fan was stabbed by the green turtle and evolved, 623 found that his body temperature was always low. Even in the hot summer, his hands and feet were a little cold, and Chinese medicine had been used for a long time, but it was useless. However, because her body temperature was within the normal range, Dr. Zio inferred that it might be because women tend to be cold and susceptible to cold, and it was not harmful to the body, so he did not pursue it further. Later, the Special Affairs Office found that her blood was abnormal and thought that her low body temperature was related to unknown substances in her blood. After all, the Mecha was hidden in the body, which was a kind of metal anyway, and her body temperature would be affected to some extent. Lin Fan didn't care about these things. Who doesn't want to be cooler on a hot day? Although it's a bit painful in winter, don't we stay indoors most of the time? Now that I think about it, isn't low temperature also a characteristic of aquatic animals? She looked down at the tentacles that owls had placed on her black hand armor, and she didn't feel the difference in temperature. It seemed that there was another similar place. Lin Fan's brain crashed, and Antonio was also a little confused for a while. Impossible. He blurted out, I'm a Langsing person. How can I become your people? Owls didn't answer him and didn't understand what he said, but when he saw him shaking his head, he felt that the person in front of him was silent with resistance, and continued. Although we are also surprised by your racial differences, your current armed form is the best proof that you are from Octobus. Is your armed form unique? The universe is so big, how do you know that no one from other planets can do this? Lin Fan was awakened by the noisy voice in the headset and asked according to the prompt. Our armed form is transformed by absorbing and fusing special substances after adulthood. This kind of transformation resource is unique to Octobus. So far, we have not found anything similar in the process of exploration. Of course, we can't completely deny that there will be other similar forms in the universe, but for so long, the only one we have seen with our own eyes and can make us feel something, besides the people of this planet, is you. Ars said seriously. I don't know why non-natives can have such an armed form, but many coincidences make it impossible for us to deny the connection. There may be some variables that we don't know about. You should have another normal state, right? Maybe we misunderstood. Or can you tell me why you are the only one who is different from other Langsing people? They can only drive machines, but your flesh and blood are integrated into them? Ars turned his head slightly and raised another tentacle to point at the bionic armor team waiting beside the barrier. I can feel your heartbeat, and they are just cold machines. Lin Fan didn't know what to say. She also wanted to know why she suddenly turned into a Mecha. 818 is the key, but can this be said? If their Mecha and the octopus mans are really the same thing, is it possible that 818 is something from their planet? Didn't they say that they also need to transform resources after adulthood? Maybe it's something like 818, but I don't know how it was left on Langsing. If this is really the case, are she and Apollo considered to have accidentally occupied other people's property? It is definitely impossible to think about it, so will they use this as an excuse to cause trouble? In the linemen control room, the discussion never stopped. The source of the mecha seemed to have finally been found, but the situation following the good news was not encouraging. Looking at the octopus people's concern for Xinjiang and the other person, it seemed that they were the focus of this visit. No, that's not right. Xinjiang and Apollo went to greet the visiting ship when it approached Lansing. Before that, the octopus people had been heading towards Lansing, so they changed their target temporarily after seeing the two mechas. Are the consequences of this recognition good or bad? The octopus people just said that the resources for transformation are unique to their planet. If it is true as they said, Xinjiang and Apollo should have absorbed this substance to transform. No matter how they absorbed it, they are now holding them accountable. Everyone has seen the similarities between the mechas and the mecha octopuses. The comparison photos are still hanging on the big screen. It feels like it's just a species difference. Anyone with eyes can't say that the two are not related. Party H is even more entangled. Compared to the P party who knew nothing, they knew very well that the transformation of the stars was due to 818. Although 818 had disappeared, 112 was still in the laboratory. 623 had been researching, but could not crack the secret of how to transform people into mechas, which was equivalent to a piece of scrap metal. Should we take this opportunity to let the octopus man solve the puzzle? But doing so would be too risky. What if the octopus man said that it was this and took it back directly? Wouldn't that be a loss of both the wife and the army? It has fallen on Lansing, so it is naturally Lansing's property, no matter who it originally belonged to. But if the octopus man wants it, can they stop it? In this diplomatic relationship, they have always maintained a very low profile, just to serve these aliens happily, pat their butts and leave, and not really cause any conflict. Now, there are 3 octopuses who can transform into mechas in front of them, and they only have 2 people on Lansing who can transform into mechas. According to the combat effectiveness of the Mecha man, the Mecha octopus is probably also a difficult guy to deal with. It is better to avoid conflict if you can. So the LAN Alliance asked Lin Fan to tell the truth. They didn't know why there was such a change, so they first confirmed the status of the innocent, then find an opportunity to ask the octopus about the transformation resources and try to get as much information as possible. Is that so? Ars said in a flat tone, and did not seem disappointed. In our speculation, either the octopus people arrived at Lansing before and left their genes, which were inherited by the two of you. Left? Inherited? Lin Fan looked at the big octopus in front of him and found it hard to imagine how this happened. There is another possibility. The transformation resources fell on Lansing and were accidentally integrated by you. But this possibility is too small. We still tend to the former. You carry our genes. Carrying a shit. She and Antonio are not the same race. Lin Fan complained in his heart. He knew what was going on, but he asked, why is the possibility small? The conversion resource is also called the companion stone by us. It can merge well with the genes of the octopus people and produce changes. This is thousands of years. I mean, according to the time of our planet, thousands of years of evolution and fusion. There has been no fusion reaction with the genes of other organisms. That's why I said that you are the people of my planet. Without our genes, the companion stone will not be effective. It will only be an ordinary stone. Chapter 727 Gene Testing. In the long course of history, there must be countless aliens who have passed or visited Lansing. It's just that due to backward technology or other reasons, only legends were left and could not be confirmed. The reason why the octopus man's dynamics were observed in time this time was also because of the post-mortem cleanup of the previous Grozin. If technology regressed 20 years and astronomical technology had not yet developed, no matter which alien came and went, it would not be easy to be discovered. If substances like 818 really belong to the planet Octopus, then it is very likely that they had come to Lansing many years ago. But they said that except for themselves, no one else could merge, which was contrary to the facts. There were 2 living mechas present, and even the green turtle killed by Lin Fan before was one. There were 3 successful cases, so how could they say that they could not merge? Maybe this kind of thing is also accidental and requires a special opportunity. Otherwise, why has 112 not made any movement until now? Did they make a mistake? 112 and 818 are not the same thing. Every word of the aliens could cause a commotion in the LAN Alliance. A large wave of instructions were passed down, and countless people followed suit. So the reason why you want to confirm that we can transform is? Lin Fan repeated the question in the headset. Just curious, or out of surprise. I didn't expect that there are descendants of our star here. Ours replied. No, really not. Lin Fan kept denying in his heart, but said, this matter, I can't be confirmed for the time being just by listening to you. It's not difficult, actually. How is your genetic technology developing? You can compare and test genes. After the comparison, you will know whether you are our children. Ars's tone revealed a kind of love, as if the two aliens in front of him had already confirmed that they had their genes. Seeing that they didn't say anything, he added another sentence. Don't worry, we won't dislike you because of your appearance. Oh, why do you still dislike them? Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Who is uglier? So, Lin Fan continued to listen to the instructions in the headset. Do you want to do a genetic test on Langsing? You know, this requires some biological samples. How to extract biological samples from octopuses? Blood? Or cut meat? It can't be hair follicles, right? Lin Fan's mind was full of thoughts. Why did they suddenly come to DNA testing? It seemed like they were really looking for relatives. Okay. Ars replied without thinking. I don't know how your progress is, but I will cooperate. The Lan Meng people wanted to extract biological samples from the octopus people very urgently, but they didn't expect the octopus people to agree to it right away. It has been less than 24 hours since the two sides met, and the tense atmosphere has not been completely eliminated. It can be said that basic trust has not been established. At least the Langsing people don't have any octopus people, so when they proposed it, it was just a dispensable attempt. Unexpectedly, they agreed so easily. The biologists hugged each other and cheered, and more people were still puzzled. You are not afraid? Lin Fan didn't expect it either. If it were her, she would not give even a strand of her hair to a stranger she just met to do a DNA test, and would only give that idiot a big fight. What's more, now it's across species. Even if she was worried about the octopus man's purpose, she couldn't help but show concern at this time. Afraid? Ars's eyes seemed to blink. What are you afraid of? Lin Fan was speechless. She couldn't say that she was afraid that they would hurt them when taking biological samples, right? She didn't dare to say much in such a situation because of her dark thoughts. Afraid that it will affect my health? Ars seemed to have reacted. No, you are not capable of it yet. Everyone's heart was pierced through. Did they feel despised? Although the other party was just stating the facts in a straightforward manner, the damage was great. They were nervous, trying to pull off a big trick to fool people, but they were suddenly pierced. That's not necessarily true. Lin Fan immediately retorted. Can't we lose our momentum at this time? Maybe the other party is deceiving them? As long as they don't admit it, just pretend it doesn't exist. Oh, did we make a mistake? That's right, you haven't finished telling the history yet. Why don't we go back and continue? Ars turned his head and looked in the direction of the barrier, waving several tentacles. And this energy shield, it's a triggering form we haven't seen before. Tell us about it too. The Lan Meng people found that this octopus man really dared to say anything. I don't know if it was because he had no sense of taboo in his mind. He was originally a straightforward character, or because he was strong enough, so he was not afraid of them at all. The meeting was supposed to continue after the Mecha show, but there was such an episode in the middle. Now that the guests have to go back and continue, they can't just stay like this. Let's go back. Just for safety reasons, the narrator was changed from Sen Fangyuan to Lin Fan. Mijiao's barrier has been held up and dared not be released, wrapping her team members tightly. But the barrier is transparent, and it doesn't seem to have any obvious barriers. Xingchen still stood behind Ars's seat, holding one of its tentacles. Sen Fangyuan was sitting next to him. With the protection of the barrier, he was safe. He smiled again and listened to Lin Fan. When Lin Fan made mistakes, he reminded her to add more. Lin Fan's storytelling ability was definitely not as vivid as Sen Fangyuan's. She was so bland that she felt perfunctory. Fortunately, she didn't miss anything she should say. She told the octopus man all the plots prepared in the headphones. Antonio was still in his original position, constantly translating for Lan Meng. For a moment, it seemed that both the host and the guest were happy. Only Mijao had to work hard to maintain the barrier. After the history of land crossing was finished, the stars in the sky came out. Ours seemed to sense Lin Fan's fatigue and boredom. Without asking any more questions, he said very obediently that he wanted to go back to the spaceship to rest. Lin Fan didn't even have time to think about whether the energy body needed to rest. He hurriedly sent people back to the spaceship with others. As soon as the hatch was closed, the colleagues from the Special Affairs Office opened the barrier, and Lin Fan almost collapsed on the ground. She kept talking in the afternoon, and couldn't drink water. She felt like she was foaming at the mouth. Coupled with psychological pressure, and all kinds of messy thoughts, she didn't want to stay here any longer. Go and rest first. Antonio also noticed her discomfort. I can sense your emotions. Ah. Xingqian turned around and looked at Apollo, who was one step behind, in disbelief. You can sense my emotions too? Yes. Antonio replied. I heard that they can sense your emotions when you are in a strong mood, so I paid attention to it. There will be a vague sense of emotions that do not belong to you. I guess it should be yours. Are you sure? Lin Fan knew that Bionic Yufeng and the others could sense her emotions before, but that was because they were coated with 818, so it was normal for them to sense her emotions. Apollo and Xingqian are two independent bodies. How can they sense each other? She stood there and felt it, but she didn't feel any emotions that did not belong to her. Are you feeling very irritable and tired now? Apollo pushed Xingqian's shoulder. Okay, go and rest first. It's useless to stay if you are not in good condition. Lin Fan was no longer polite, thanked him and left. Arriving at the safe zone, she exited the Mecha and hurriedly opened a bottle of water. In fact, the skin on her mouth was not dry, but she felt very thirsty. After drinking half a bottle of water, she collapsed on the chair in a daze. When Gu entered the rest area, he saw Lin Fan sleeping on the table and quietly picked up the blanket next to her and covered her. Lin Fan opened her eyes suddenly, saw that it was Gu, and closed her eyes again. This day was really annoying, more tiring than playing Grow. The messy thoughts in his head were crowded together. Lin Fan adjusted his breathing and soon fell into darkness again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728. There is no need for this. On the third day, Ours obediently let the Langsing medical staff draw 10 milliliters of blood. It wasn't much, but it was enough to show friendly sincerity. It was the first time that Lin Fan saw octopus blood. It was blue and looked like the experimental reagents in middle school chemistry class. It felt a bit strange. She remembered that these octopus people were energy bodies, so could the blood drawn out also be turned into energy? Perhaps because of the bold behavior of the octopus people, it further proved that they seemed to really come with peaceful and friendly purposes, and the tense nerves of the Lan Meng relaxed a little. Mi Jiao did not put up the barrier again, and Sen Fangyuan also tried to talk to him. Ours did not refuse, but it liked Xingqian and Apollo more, and used its tentacles to pick them up from time to time. Lin Fan was used to picking them up the day before, and he didn't refuse much. Antonio was even happier. He has always liked adventures, and he wanted to get close to the octopus people when he saw them. Unfortunately, there has been no chance since they got off the ship. In the past 2 days, he has been itching to see other people interacting with the octopus people. After 2 days of getting along, although they were still vigilant, their attitudes were much more mellow than in the past few days, especially Lin Fan, whose body was not tense all the time. They asked a lot of questions about the planet Octopus, and Ours basically answered all the questions, the first of which was about their companion stone. It was a special mineral they discovered when exploring an asteroid many years ago. They originally thought it was a resource, but unexpectedly, it was abnormally compatible with their genetic cells, and after fusion, it could produce external protection. This level of protection protected the octopus people from hair to tentacles and played a decisive role in the interstellar war. Have you also experienced interstellar wars? Lin Fan asked curiously. Did you win? It's considered a win. Ours replied, at the beginning, because they couldn't break our defense and couldn't attack for a long time, the other side retreated first. Later, with the development, there were more subordinate planets and their strength was stronger. No one would easily think of attacking us. There was a kind of confidence in his words, which made Lin Fan curious about how strong their abilities were. What are subordinate planets? Sen Fang Yuan asked. The planetary authority belongs to the asteroids of Octopus, including the ownerless planets we occupied, and the asteroids that voluntarily belong to them. Our galaxy is not like your solar system. There are still many planets with life. Then have you always been the defender in the interstellar war? Have you never attacked other planets? Antonio was more curious about this. In the interstellar war, we were passively defensive most of the time and rarely took the initiative to attack. But earlier, we were also aggressive. But when we evolved to a certain level of civilization and technology developed to a certain height, there was not much plundering consciousness left. After all, we had everything we should have. This is consistent with the theory of cosmic civilization. In the same civilization, there are also differences in the speed of development. Plundering is something that the middle and low level do, and the octopus people are obviously developing to a higher position. Then do you know Grow? Lin Fan was curious. At the end of the conversation yesterday, when Grow fought, they did not raise any questions, as if they knew of Grow's existence. I've never dealt with them, but I've heard of them. They are from another star system. Their home planet was destroyed in the interstellar war, so they could only take the fortress to look for a new planet to settle down. I didn't expect to find you. Ours waved his tentacles. But your planet is good, with balanced resources and sufficient energy. It's not surprising that they want to rob it. Sen Fang Yuan and the others looked at each other. They had always thought that Grow came to plunder the energy of the Earth's core, but it turned out that it was not entirely true. Therefore, incomplete information will lead to judgment bias, and these biases may lead to more wrong decisions in critical moments. Then don't you want to rob it? Lin Fan suddenly blurted out, shocking those present and those not present. She was also hot-headed and asked what was in her mind. She felt something was wrong after she finished speaking, but the words had already been spoken, and Ours didn't look unhappy. She simply held her courage and continued to ask, since you think our planet is good and has sufficient energy, have you ever thought about occupying it? What does she want to do? Someone in the Lin control room jumped up and shouted. How can you ask that? Our strategy is not like that. She's too impulsive. She's going to do something bad. The representative of Party H had a sullen face and didn't say anything. Instead, Ovi sneered. If you have that much courage, go home and hide under the bed. It's safe there. This was not very hurtful but very insulting. The person who showed his cowardice just now blushed. You're always afraid of this and that, always worried that someone has bad intentions. What's wrong with asking directly now? Ovi didn't care about those weaklings. He crossed his arms and crossed his legs. Maybe they don't care about a little piece of land at all? If not, just start fighting earlier. Don't be afraid of it every day. In the end, you still have to fight. Why waste time now? Ovi didn't think it was the right time to ask this question, but compared to Xingqian's impulsiveness, he hated the group of cowards at the table, who were shrinking their hands, hiding in the safe zone, but liked to make comments. They were indeed too cautious in their attitude towards the octopus man, as if they wanted to suppress themselves into the dust, to please the other party. They were afraid that, if they were not careful, they would anger them, and turn the originally friendly situation into confrontation. In Ovi's opinion, if the other party had the intention of plundering, no matter how they flattered, the other party would always find an opportunity, or they would not even need to find an excuse, and would directly start fighting. If it was really just a friendly visit, then there was no need to lower their attitude and position. But the problem now was that the Lan Meng did not dare to believe the authenticity of the octopus man's words. Even when the other party took the initiative to extract biological specimens, they were still terrified, afraid that if they were not careful, they would anger the other party and face a disaster. Although Xingqian's questioning was not planned, it was wrong. It would be good if it could break the disguise of this annoying person. They, the P countrymen, have always been used to being strong, so how could they tolerate such servility? Especially when the other party did not reveal any malicious intent, even if the other party was a powerful alien. It's not like Gro has never fought before. Why is he so cautious? He glanced at the H countryman who was in the main seat. Although he had a stern face, he had already started to act like a good guy and persuaded both sides to make peace. They did not mean to blame Xingqian, and they were obviously silently supporting her. Occupy your planet? Ours seemed to be stunned for a moment, turned back to look at AE and IBU too, and then turned back to ask Xingqian. Why do we want to occupy your planet? Yes, why do they always think that the octopus people are driving spaceships to attack them? Is it influenced by Gro? The Langsing people were stunned for a moment, and then they heard the whale call continue. Antonio hurriedly followed the translation. We are not short of energy or planets. Even if we are short of energy, you are too far away from the planet Octopus, and it is difficult to establish a channel. The cost of energy transportation is much higher than the energy profit that this planet can provide. Who would do such a stupid thing? In short, it is not cost effective, and not worth it. When the Langsing people's hearts fell, they felt an inexplicable unwillingness, mixed with some inexplicable emotions. Have you always thought that we are here to invade you? Ours looked at Xingqian, then at Sen Fangyan, and then turned to look at Apollo. Then you think too much. There is really no need for this at the moment. After saying this, he looked at the embarrassed expressions of the people of Langsing, and then said, it's so cute. Chapter 729 Land Crossings Backstage. Everyone present was either smart or strong in military power. They were all powerful and top-notch figures on Langsing. They had never thought that they would be called cute. After being surprised, the faces of the people in the control room were not very good. What was the matter with this kind of evaluation? That was like teasing a pet. Although they admitted that there was an objective gap between them and the octopus people, and their meager strength might not be taken seriously at all, it was still very uncomfortable to be said like this in person. But what could they do if they felt uncomfortable? Many people even thought that if this could make the octopus people like the Langsing people, they would be more indulgent and would not have the idea of attacking them, then they would just be pets. Sometimes, hiding out when you have no choice is also a way of survival to preserve your strength. Everyone tried to ignore the discomfort in their hearts and focus on what Al said before. So they really just passed by Langsing for a visit? Some people still couldn't believe it. Is that so? There's no point in saying it now. OV mocked, you can't let them fire a few shots just because they want to have friendly exchanges. He never considered the occasion when speaking, and it really annoyed many people. But what he said also made sense. So many people were angry, but no one responded. I said you were too nervous. If they really want to fight, can we stop them? Why are you so scared? Aoi looked at it and was even more proud. Why don't we let Country P take charge and let our people go up to show you what bravery is? The representative of Party H glanced at him and said indifferently, what? Our representative of Party H is nervous? Scared? Which eye did you see it? Whether it was Sen Fangyan, Mijio or other members of the reception group, no matter what they thought in their hearts, they all did a good job of saving face. Lin Fan was nervous, but she was in Xingqian, and it was not easy to see from the outside. In addition, Aoi was originally fond of Xingqian, so even if he saw it, he would not be able to ruin her at this time. So in the face of the questioning of Party H, he could only rub his nose and stop. Everyone knows the current situation. Party H continued. Party P proposed to be more open and normalize the attitude towards alien visits. We think we can give it a try, but we can't completely relax our vigilance. The necessary precautions should still be retained. What do you think? There was a burst of discussion at the conference table. Aoi looked at the representatives of Party H in surprise. He didn't expect that they would support him immediately this time. Looking at the big screen, the representatives of Party H did perform well. Ayo when he rubbed his fingers and lowered his eyes. The power of Party H seemed to be too strong recently. The reception team quickly received the latest order and adjusted their attitude at the first time. When they were arranged on the front line, they were ready to sacrifice at any time, so they were not as restrained as those who had been watching in the control room. Although they believed that the other party had no intention of laxing for the time being, Lang Meng still didn't want to make their planet too weak. The other party didn't do bad things not because they didn't have the ability, but because they didn't want to. But who can guarantee that they don't want to do it all the time? Als himself said that it was not necessary at the moment. So laxing still had to earn some face for itself. Sen Fangyuan started talking about various supernatural powers again, and intentionally or unintentionally led to the relationship between Langsing Barrier and Nuwa. This time it was not a vague myth, but a clearly stated fact, which really made Da's eyes light up. I said that your outer energy shield is too different from the inner civilization. It turns out to be a relic of a higher civilization. Sure enough, they discovered the fact that Langsing tried to cover up early. It can't be said to be a relic. It is a gift left by Nuwa to protect us. Sen Fangyuan's words were even more beautiful, as if he had really communicated with Nuwa in person. Oh, so Langsing is now her colony? Ars asked again. Colony? Sen Fangyuan was stunned. There were many false things in his words. Ars didn't know that Nuwa only stayed in the ancient capital for a short time and then left. They wanted to create the illusion that Nuwa had always been concerned about Langsing, trying to rely on the big boss to gain a sense of security. After reacting to the meaning of the colony, he immediately refuted. Of course it's not a colony planet. Nuwa is our mother goddess and the creator of the Langsing people. Oh, Ars was not annoyed. Is it a captive planet? What is that? Lin Fan asked. Often, she would ask some low-level common sense questions to maintain Sen Fangyuan's image as the head of diplomacy. What advanced civilizations do is create for the sake of creation. Find a suitable planet, create an environment suitable for survival, and then put species in it, let them develop naturally, and study the evolution process. Ars shook his tentacles and replied indifferently. It's just like you keep animals in captivity and observe them. His words hurt those who knew the details. Wasn't Nuwa's behavior an experiment? Chao said that the Son of God was a Superman created by Nuwa with various superpowers. Nuwa's spaceship itself represents civilization, so what she did on Langsing is likely to be an experiment on superpowers. And Fuxi and Digen used the tribe as a flag to start a conflict. Isn't it like another experiment with Langsing as a chessboard? But who can accept that the origin of Langsing civilization was just an experiment of advanced civilization on a whim? Captive planet? Even though Nuwa had been gone for thousands of years, when Ars revealed it, everyone seemed to hear the crisp sound of a slap on the face. No, 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 of course not. Sen Fangyuan's heart was surging, but the smile on his face remained unchanged. We are all the people of Nuwa. It's not colonization, not captivity, and not a subordinate relationship. The people of Langsing are all her people. She has always been paying attention to our development, leaving us huge wealth, and a shuttle that can track her whereabouts. If we really want to count, it should be a substar. Ars just explained that the experiment of the captive planet will not be followed up after it is shelved at a certain stage. It is equivalent to an abandoned test site. Sen Fangyuan will naturally not give up this breakthrough point, and is determined to tie Langsing to Nuwa's big ship. If it is said that the octopus people did not have any intentions on Langsing at the beginning because they were too weak and the cost of occupation was unreasonable, then after they tied themselves to Nuwa with a higher level civilization as their backing, the possibility of being attacked is reduced sharply, so small that it is infinitely close to zero. Nuwa civilization is obviously superior to the octopus people. If Langsing is really a substar of a higher civilization, they are not afraid of attacking the small ones, but it is likely to be a planet-destroying crisis if they invite the old ones. Ars actually didn't believe Sen Fangyuan's words about the substars and Nuwa's attitude towards them. But he remembered that the data detected when the spacecraft penetrated the protective shield of Langsing was not much worse than the protective shield of their octopus star. With such an energy shield, if there is really a shuttle left to reunite, it does not seem like the attitude towards the captive star. but he did not dwell too much on these unreasonable points. Originally, they did not want to do anything to Langsing, so the relationship between Langsing and Nuwa would not change their original intention. Ours asked some more questions about Nuwa's movements and the shuttle, but Sen Fangyuan answered that the technology was too low and not fully analyzed, so he didn't ask anything. Alright. Ours shook his tentacles, not too disappointed. Advanced civilizations are not so easy to pursue. They are close to the peak of civilization, and it is still like this, not to mention such a low-level Langsing. So I put these aside and started talking about other topics. On the last day of 23 years, the Octopus Man's attitude was clear. It was a friendly visit. In fact, I hesitated whether to fight, but I decided to forget it. On the one hand, Langsing's strength is indeed much worse, and they just fought a wave before. It is not easy for the old, weak and disabled to win. On the other hand, fighting does not play a big role in promoting the plot. The pressure and motivation brought by the Octopus Man forced them to go out to space. Otherwise, with the current situation of Langsing, Lin Fan would not be able to leave even if he died. So the Octopus Man is a prop, but they have other functions, very important functions. A year has passed like this. I have not stopped updating this year, haha, although I still flop, but I still have a lot of support. Thank you everyone. I will continue to work hard next year. Everyone, continue to be happy in the new year. Muah, love you. Chapter 730, Alert Downgrade. The DNA test has not produced results yet. Due to equipment limitations, it is impossible to compare the similarities between the octopus gene and Lin Fan. Ours seemed to have expected this and asked if they could do the test. Lang Meng did not agree immediately. In fact, it is of course a better choice for the party with higher technology to do this, but they are not as calm as the octopus people. They are worried about whether handing over Lin Fan's sample will be used in other places. Moreover, taking the gene sample now means withdrawing the Mecha, which is not without risks. A large table of people in the control room argued again, and finally it was the H party that made the decision and let them take the sample. If the octopus people really want to do something, 1 or 2 samples can't limit it. The octopus people first gave enough trust and let Land Crossing take his sample. Now they are in the same situation, but Land Crossing is unwilling to give the sample. What should we do? If you want to get a relatively fair friendship, you must also show your sincerity. Land Crossing may be weak, but you must not be a coward. Moreover, the speed of the Mecha transformation is also between millimeters. If there is a chance, Xingchen should have time to react. When Antonio knew that Lin Fan's blood was to be drawn, he yelled that he wanted to take her place. As a result, Ovi took the initiative to ask him to do the test together, which was beyond everyone's expectations. After all, Ovi had been staring at Antonio like an eyeball. Why are you looking at me? Ovi sneered. This is a once-in-a-million opportunity. I don't know when I will have the next one. Party P has done a lot of tests on Antonio, but it is also limited by technology and can't figure out the reason. Now that advanced technology is available, why hesitate with such a good opportunity? The unsolved mystery of the Mecha Man will begin from now on. The opportunity is not to be missed, and it will never come back. As for the risk, who doesn't have a risk when they live? The greater the risk, the greater the reward may be. The device used by the Octopus Man to draw blood is very advanced, like a short coin tube. When it is placed on the vein, Antonio only feels a slight sting, and the thing has been removed. Is it alright now? Antonio looked at his wrist. There was only a very thin needle hole where it stung just now. It was not visible without a close look, and there was no need to stop the bleeding. On Langsing, blood draws require piercing with a rubber band, disinfection, and insertion with a syringe. Even if it's done quickly, it takes a few minutes. It's nothing like a mosquito bite. He put the round tube in front of his eyes and shook it. He could clearly see that 2/3 of the liquid inside was shaking. High technology is really different. Antonio sighed. Before, he always thought that Apollo was the pinnacle of Langsing's technology. Now that he saw the methods of the Octopus Man, he yearned for higher technology in his heart, wanted to explore, wanted to pursue. Lin Fan saw Antonio draw blood safely, and he took a new tube and walked towards her before removing the Mecha. The sight lowered, and the octopus in front of him suddenly became larger. If it weren't for the fact that he had been in contact with them for a few days and was somewhat immune to them, Lin Fan would probably have goosebumps. After drawing blood, the main control did not issue a command to change back to the Mecha. Lin Fan rubbed the unclear needle hole on his arm and stepped back a few steps to create a space that was not too far away but had enough reaction distance. Ars and Ibuta seemed to be quite interested in their original appearance. They looked left and right, and their tentacles began to dance. Antonio boldly took the initiative to touch their tentacles, but after a few words, his smile fell. It said, "We are ugly." He looked at Lin Fan speechlessly. In the entire Langsing, his and Lin Fan's looks, even if they are not top notch, are definitely more than enough to be in the upper middle level. It is definitely not an exaggeration to call them handsome men and beautiful women. After being integrated with the Mecha, they have also undergone some genetic optimization. Whether it is the face or the figure, they are definitely not ugly. Now that the giant octopus thinks it is ugly, it is really hard to describe in words. Lin Fan was stunned, looking at the cold-blooded animal squirming in front of him, with a patch of bursting hair on the top of its smooth and round head. He comforted, "It's okay, we think they are ugly too, it's fair." Antonio smiled instantly. Lin Fan is 1.73 meters tall, and she grew another 3 centimeters during the Mecha upgrade. But in front of the nearly 3-meter long giant octopus, not to mention her, even Antonio, who was about 1.8 meters tall, looked petite. There was pressure, but as the relationship with the octopus people was established, they were not as nervous as at the beginning. The visit of the day ended with the octopus people taking Lin Fan and Antonio's blood samples back to the spacecraft for testing. Lang Meng notified that the alert level was reduced from level 1 to level 2. The members of the Special Affairs Office next to the spacecraft moved to a farther distance to open the barrier. The Mecha people who were openly guarding the patrol were also reduced in number and patrolled outside the barrier in groups of 3. The armored vehicle team was also evacuated in batches. The next day, the reception team would take the octopus people away from the landing point, and the armored vehicles would no longer make sense. After standing for several days in a row, Lin Fan and Antonio were finally able to leave the Mecha state and sit down to rest. "Is it really okay if we don't go?" she asked Sen Fangyuan, while holding the lunchbox and eating. Sen Fangyuan and the reception team also had a working lunch together in the lounge. He swallowed the food in his mouth politely before replying, "It should be fine. At this stage, they should have no reason to explode. At the same time, we are also using this downgrade as a test. If they don't launch an attack, when the defense is obviously reduced, then we will be much more relaxed in the future." Everyone nodded silently. Yes, there is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. The barrier covers their spacecraft, so there is no need to be afraid. Mijao was more straightforward. Lin Fan took 2 more bites of rice and heard Antonio ask beside him, "Are you really going to take them to other places?" Sen Fangyuan just mentioned the latest measures. If the octopus people do not take any action tonight, then tomorrow they will consider lifting the barrier on part of the South Island, allowing the people to end their refuge and return to normal life, and take the octopus people to move to other places. This behavior is very risky in Antonio's view. He is a foreign aide of the P country's military, supporting the H country. There is no need to mention the danger. Who makes him capable, and Lin Fan is with him. But the removal of the barrier means that the safety of the people will be exposed. Isn't this a bit of a gamble? This is also an attempt. Sen Fangyuan exhaled from his nose, but we will try to avoid crowded places and go as far as possible. In fact, facing high-tech civilization, we really don't have much confidence. Instead of shrinking and being frightened, it is better to be calm and treat it as luring the snake out of its hole. What is coming will come sooner or later. Under the premise of not angering the other party, it is not a bad thing to let the stone fall to the ground earlier. Didn't the octopus people say that they were visiting in a friendly manner? Then let them visit in a friendly manner. Let them see the mountains, the water, the people, the city development, the technological civilization, the display of supernatural powers. Instead of hiding everything and shrinking in fear, it is better to open up some parts and let them see enough. After seeing everything they should see, they should leave, right? The resting Mecha team members were eating silently in the corner without talking. Lin Fan noticed that Lee Chun-ho's expression was not good and asked him what was wrong with concern. Everyone at the table looked at him. No matter how reckless Lee Chun-ho was, he felt a little embarrassed for a while. He hesitated again and again, but still expressed his concerns. The child of his relative was on the route of Nandao. Opening the barrier of South Island means that they are in danger. Although they have the responsibility to protect the people, it is a completely different feeling when it includes their relatives and friends. There was silence in the lounge for a long time, and finally Sen Fangyuan comforted them. Don't worry, this is just an attempt. According to the recent performance of the Octopus Man, it should be fine. Lee Chun-ho pulled the corner of his mouth and lowered his head to continue eating. Everyone only saw the top of his head and his white fingers holding the chopsticks. But what can be done? Everyone knows that this is a risky move, but no matter who it is, they have to take this step. If South Island is fine, it will continue to go up to the economically developed areas, and the barrier will be evacuated all the way, and it may finally reach Sijiu City. Best. What the Octopus Man said is true. Sen Fangyuan looked at the table of people with unpredictable faces, and could only hope silently in his heart. Good luck. It's time to come. The new year has begun again, and everyone should be happy and prosperous. Chapter 731 It's Not Us. The next day, Oz got off the spaceship with good news. They had indeed detected the genes of the octopus people and the fused companion stone element in the genes of Lin Fan and Antonio. Lin Fan didn't know what Antonio felt, she just felt that the world was more mysterious. Wait a minute. She took the initiative to pull Oz's tentacles. Aren't you genderless? How can you pass on genes to the Langsing people? As we all know, the genes of Langsing creatures are inherited by birth, while the octopus people rely on spiritual infusion. The difference between the two is too great. How did their genes get into their bodies? Did they also use spiritual infusion to inject their bodies as part of the energy into the bodies of Langsing people, grafting genes? Or did they use unspeakable methods? Lin Fan couldn't help but think of all kinds of things about the 18 forbidden tentacle monsters, and felt that the whole person was not pure. The hand that was touching Oz also shrank back, as if it was burned, and rubbed it hard behind his back. That's what we are curious about. Oz had no idea that Lin Fan's mind was already a mess. You should know that species differences will lead to isolation between species. Although in the interstellar, many higher life forms can ignore isolation because they belong to the same evolutionary source and have evolved later, but obviously the isolation between us still exists. As mentioned before, animals like octopuses and mammals belong to two completely different evolutionary branches. Not to mention that the octopus people are already at the peak of the 4th level civilization, and it is possible to break certain isolation barriers and reproduce across species. Given their current genderless energy body state, it is ridiculous to say that leaving genes in other species without changing the characteristics of the original species. And it's on the Langsing people who haven't even reached the 1st level civilization. I don't mean to insult them, but the civilization level of Langsing is too low, so low that, if they were not attracted by the energy of the black hole, they would not have made this special trip. Of course, there are some mistakes. When they saw the two Mecha men, they were still surprised. When they found that the two men still carried the genes of their own race, both the 3 people on the blue star and the others on the big ship were very surprised. Without mentioning how their genes entered the bodies of the Langsing people, just by looking at the proportion of the gene chain that was diluted to almost zero, they could clearly determine that this opportunity appeared a long time ago. At first, they guessed that other octopus people had come to Langsing at a relatively early time. They not only left their genes, but also left their companion stones. Otherwise, with only genes, purebred octopus people would not be able to transform into armed forms. But there are only a few octopus spacecraft sailing outside. Although they are traveling in space and cannot keep in touch all the time, they don't know where others are roaming. But people on the same planet will not have much difference in their thoughts. How could they stay in the inconspicuous Langsing? Like them, this time they were attracted by the energy of the black hole to check it out. It's impossible that a black hole appears near the remote star of blue star every now and then, right? They carefully observed during the voyage that this is a very safe low-level civilization galaxy, The storm clouds and wormhole attacks in the universe seem to have nothing to do with this comfortable place. Thinking of the Nuwa they mentioned, the people of Octopus unanimously felt that this place was a breeding test site specially selected by the superior civilization. Whether it was kept in captivity or not was not the point, but it was too safe and comfortable, so the Langsing people had no sense of crisis at all, which led to the fact that they could not talk about the technology they had developed for thousands of years. They were unlucky and were beaten by the Zerg a while ago. Moreover, the genes they detected were different from the genes of the current Octopus people, and they were more like ancient genes. What? Ancient genes? Antonio seemed to have no concerns about Lin Fan at all, and held Ars's hand tightly. Yes, look. Ars turned his big head, and saw that AE behind him rolled one of his tentacle inwards, stretched to the center of the root of the tentacle, and dug around in the mouth, and rolled out a small black box. The box was not big, about the size of Lin Fan's palm. AE's huge tentacle tip flexibly rolled the not so thick thing to reveal a flat surface, and the other tentacles flexibly clicked on it, and soon, a picture was projected in front of several people. The screen looked like a projection without a screen, but it was fixed in midair with a transparent background. Even from behind, one could still see the content, but it was a mirror image. It was just like a scene in a movie. Oh my god, Antonio's voice trembled with excitement. This is high tech. Lin Fan reached out to touch it, and her hand passed through the screen. It seemed that this was just a simple projection, unlike the projection she had encountered in the shuttle before, which could be controlled by touch. So the technology in the shuttle was more advanced. She retracted her hand, while guessing in her mind. Look at this. Ars didn't think it was surprising, and stretched out a tentacle to point at the screen. After we detected the genetic components yesterday, we wanted to trace the source of the genes, but we found that the genetic map in your body is different from the genetic map in our body. Lin Fan opened her eyes wide and tried to look, but she only saw a patch of red and blue dots, which seemed to be arranged in some kind of pattern that she couldn't explain. When she looked more carefully, her eyes began to feel dizzy. No, she had intensive phobia. Covering her eyes with one hand and taking 2 steps back, Lin Fan gave up exploring. Ars was still explaining the pictures, and Yi was turning pages for him. In addition to the pictures, there were also large symbols, probably the words of the octopus people. Sen Fang Yuan smiled and listened to Ars happily, as if he really understood what he was saying. But even if he didn't understand, there were always people who could. The biologist in the control room had already jumped up from his chair and rushed to the monitor to watch, wishing he could pass through the screen and communicate with us face to face. We carefully compared the genetic evolution map of our planet and found that the genes they both carry are sequences from the early stages of our evolution. At that time, the associated stone mine had not yet been discovered, and we did not have the ability to roam in space, so these genes were not left by those of us who explored outside. This is like telling others that the child is his, but he has done nothing, which is confusing. And their genes belonging to octopus are so diluted that we might not find them if we hadn't searched for them on purpose. This level of occupancy has at least been iterated for dozens of generations. I don't know how many people on your Langsing still carry such genes, but if they are the same batch of receptors, there shouldn't be too many. Ars shook his hand at Lin Fan. It may be a bit rude, but can you let your descendants also give us a sample to compare the test results? We suspect that the octopus genes may not be found in the genes of your next generation. Lin Fan was stunned and scratched his head. She has no descendants. Glancing at Antonio, he grinned and said, neither do I. Ars was also stunned after getting the reply. He seemed a little confused and thought for a while before speaking. If I remember correctly, you are 39 years old. Yes. Lin Fan responded without any burden with an 18-year-old face. Since the removal of the Mecha state yesterday, the topic of the octopus man's conversation with them has shifted from Langsing civilization to her and Antonio. You're 35. He asked Antonio, who was holding his hand tightly on the other side. Yes. Antonio, who looked to be in his 20s, was still grinning. Ars blinked his green eyes, looked a little confused, and asked Sen Fang Yuan, isn't the best breeding age for you Langsing people between 25 and 35 years old? People over 30 are beyond the age range of eugenics, and the breeding rate drops sharply over 40. How come they have such excellent genes, but they don't have offspring? Sen Fangyuan never thought that one day he would be able to discuss the population growth problem of Langsing with aliens. Thinking of the continuous decline in fertility rates in recent years, his face became bitter and he sighed from the bottom of his heart. Alas, young people don't like to get married and have children now. It's difficult. Well, this is the truth. Lin Fan has the genes of the octopus man, although it is thin, but it is there. So when 818, the companion stone of the octopus man, pierced his head, the blood cells fused when they came into contact with 818 and transformed into a mecha. So her mecha penetrated through the joints because the mecha of the octopus man came out of the suction cup. As humans, they can only come out from the joints, and there is no way to stop the pain. This is the price of forced upgrades due to species differences. This setting was set when the mecha came out of the flesh at the beginning. It's so hard to say it now. It's not easy. The current situation is that the octopus gene in Lin Fan's body is not left by the octopus man. Can you guess where it came from? Chapter 732 Relics. Ours didn't care why the Lan people didn't want to have children. It was just that Lin Fan and Antonio had no offspring, which meant that their originally planned experiment could not be carried out. These two didn't even have a partner, let alone having children. And even if they had embryos today, they couldn't stay on Lan until they could extract embryo genes for monitoring. This unimportant guess was not enough to extend their originally planned stay. Ours quickly put this regret behind him, and in view of the limitations of Lin Fan and the others' genes, he told Sen Fangyuan and others another possibility. Although the octopus people have not seen species with the same genes as themselves in their space travels, the universe is so big that not seeing them does not mean there are none. They have seen several groups of planetary creatures similar to the land people in other galaxies, so they cannot completely deny that there is another group of octopuses in the universe that have embarked on the same evolutionary path as the octopus people. This inference made them feel fresh and interested. Of course, there is another possibility that the genes in the Lan people were left by Nuwa when she was experimenting. As for how Nuwa came, it is possible that she had met the octopus people, visited their planet, or encountered another wave of gene carriers. It is even possible that the genes were from the octopus people in a parallel universe. It is known that the Nuwa civilization is at least a level 5 civilization, but no one can say whether it is higher. If Nuwa is in a level 6 civilization, she can easily travel between parallel universes, breaking the limitations of time and space, and any gene acquisition is a piece of cake for her. After a whole night of discussion, the octopus people felt that it was more likely that the octopus genes on Langsing came from Nuwa, but another similar biological planet could not be completely ruled out. After leaving Langsing, they will search the universe with conjectures to verify this possibility. Sen Fangyuan knew that Nuwa had done a gene fusion experiment and put biological people on Langsing, that is, the group of sons of God of Nfchao. So he quickly determined that, whether it was Lin Fan or the superpowers, the abnormal genes in their bodies were actually related to Nuwa. But out of caution, he did not mention the experiment when describing the aliens. Even if the octopus people have already determined that Langsing is Nuwa's captive experimental planet, as long as they refuse to admit it, it seems that it really didn't happen. If that's the case, no octopus people have come to Langsing before. Sen Fangyuan asked. Before, everyone thought that the Mecha was related to the octopus man, and Lin Fan even felt ashamed of secretly occupying someone else's things. But now from the results of genetic testing, Langsing's Mecha seems to have nothing to do with the octopus man. It may just be a coincidence. Lin Fan felt his back straightened a little. Well, we can't deny that there is another biological population that is infinitely close to the biological form of our planet, but they also have companion stones that can merge and mutate into armed forms. Do so many coincidences really exist? Ours did not deny it. He felt that more coincidences might not be coincidences. So I think, no matter where your genes come from, since your armed formies, so similar to ours, it should also be fused with the companion stone, so the probability that we, the octopus, have been to Langsing, is also very high. Ars said firmly, I don't know why they stayed in Lansing, and they stayed for a long time, so they had the opportunity to leave the companion stone here. How can the companion stone be lost? Didn't you say it was fused into the body? Antonio didn't know how he transformed into a mecha, but he heard what Ars said and felt that he should have merged with something similar. If the companion stone can be lost, then wouldn't he have the possibility of losing it one day? Yes, once the companion stone is fused, it will remain fused with the genes in the body. The only possibility of losing it is the death of the organism. The energy of the dead octopus disappears, and the companion stone will return to the mineral state. Ars replied. Ah. Lin Fan shuddered. Doesn't that mean that 818 is a relic of a dead octopus man? Although she has adapted to the existence of mechas now, she still feels a little uncomfortable when she hears this news suddenly. Thinking that the mecha in her body once existed in someone else's body. Forget it. Let's not think about it. Is this the only possibility? Sen Fangyuan asked. If the opportunity for your transformation is our companion stone, yes, this is the only possibility. The companion ore is monopolized by our planet. The octopus people will select the companion stone and fuse it at the coming of age ceremony. Only those with armed forms can have the opportunity to board the spacecraft for interstellar travel. The resources of the companion ore are limited. For the future of our planet, no one will bring the companion stone out alone. After Als finished speaking, he turned his head and asked Lin Fan and Antonio. So what is the opportunity for your transformation? If we have information, we can confirm it better. Antonio naturally didn't know, and Lin Fan looked at Sen Fangyuan for help. Do you know something? Ovi kept staring at him without blinking, and naturally didn't miss Lin Fan's gaze. Party H must know something. The world tree before, and now know a spaceship. As things are thrown out one by one, Ovi feels a sense of being kept in the dark. Oh my god, why didn't these good things fall on Country P? Each of the two countries has a biological armor. Country P has always felt that Country H is just like itself, just owning it, not knowing much, and secretly trying to get the stars into its own bowl. Now it seems that they must be hiding something about the stars again. These H country guys like to hide things day by day, and they are very frustrated. But it just so happens that they are the most powerful now, so that no matter how unhappy the P side is, they can only talk nonsense in their hearts. Damn, when has their P country ever been so frustrated? When the octopus man mentioned the companion stone before, the H side has been discussing whether to expose the matter of 818 and 112. Especially since they still have 112 in their hands that has not been used. If it is really identified as the companion stone of the octopus man, will they take it back? Other forces will definitely come up to fight for it. This is the core material that can make a powerful mecha man. After seeing the combat power of Xingqian and Apollo, who wouldn't be tempted? H party wants to hide, but under the current situation, can the octopus man identify 112 in a single environment? The representative of H party looked at a table of representatives from various forces, all staring at him, and they were not easy to deal with. Obviously, as long as the octopus man got off the spacecraft, he would never be alone under so many eyes. There is no private opportunity, and it can't be dragged on. What's more, they also want to know whether 112 is a companion stone, and whether the octopus people have really come to Lansing before. Sen Fangyuan received the order, and began to tell us about the situation of 818. Photos and video materials were also quickly transmitted. No matter how unhappy Aoi was, he could only curse in his heart. He suspected that H party was still hiding something, but he couldn't see anything from their dead faces. He could only turn his head and pay attention to the big screen to see what the octopus man said. Ars said after seeing the film and television materials of 818. It looks like it, but we need to get close to see it. If it can produce induction, it should be. Do you have other companion stones? Sen Fangyuan just opened his mouth and heard Ars say again. Oh, I forgot that you don't have the ability to detect. Otherwise, let us do it. We have detection equipment on the ship, which can easily find all the companion stones on Lansing. A received the order to leave the small team and return to the spaceship. Ars continued. If there are 2, there may be 3. If we can find other companion stones, maybe we can confirm whether there are octopus people who have been to Langsing. Guess, have octopus people been here before? Think about that famous legendary world. Do you know which one I'm talking about? Chapter 733, Two Divisions. The people of Lanmeng didn't expect such a good thing to happen. What is a companion stone? It is an opportunity to become a Mecha man. If the octopus man can detect that there are other companion stones on Langsing and find them out, it will definitely be much faster than the aimless search of the Langsing people themselves. Although there is a high probability that these precious resources will be taken back by the octopus man after they are found, the Lanmeng is not completely without the opportunity to operate, right? The key is to find them first. Sen Fangyuan suppressed his excitement and talked to us and Ibutu about the movement plan. Although the Lanmeng has determined the route, it has not completely determined the method of transfer. They can use a modified float to pull the octopus man away from the landing point. But what about the spacecraft? Should it be left here, or should it be transferred with the spacecraft? Can the octopus man adapt to not returning to the spacecraft for a long time? How to receive him during the break? Transferring with the spacecraft is of course a good choice, but how to move such a large spacecraft? They thought of countless contingency plans to prepare for emergencies, but they were interrupted by the search for the companion stone, and they might not be able to leave for the time being. Not long after he finished speaking, Oz also took out a square box like A's, clicked a few times, and A's head portrait floated in the air. No companion stones were detected nearby, he said to Sen Fangyuan. After listening to A's words, the detection equipment on the spacecraft has a limited range. If you want to determine whether there are any other places, you need to start the spacecraft and move around the surface of Langsing for detection. What do you think? He gave the right to choose to the Langsing people themselves, which seemed to be given full respect. But can the Lanmeng refuse? In the face of huge temptation, even if it is just an uncertain possibility, even if it is known that letting the spacecraft search in Langsing is a very risky thing, but thinking of Xingqian and Apollo, the restless heart is hard to calm down. Can the spacecraft only move and search in Langsing? Sen Fangyuan listened to the command of the master control in the headset and tried to struggle. The people of Langsing have never seen an alien spaceship of this size before. We are worried that such a large-scale search may cause panic among the people. We can also let the main ship enter the near-Earth orbit of Langsing to search. The main ship is large in size and has a wider range of detectors. It can search outside Langsing, and the spaceships from outer space cannot be seen inside Langsing. Als gave another plan. Sen Fangyuan almost didn't hesitate and immediately chose the first plan. Just kidding. A small spaceship made them feel uneasy. Who would dare to let their main ship go outside the barrier and circle around Langsing? In the end, in order not to delay the visit, Als decided that A would be responsible for driving the spaceship to find the companion stone. He and Ibutu followed Sen Fangyuan to appreciate the local culture of Langsing up close. Lanmeng didn't dare to let A fly the spaceship around in the sky alone. After negotiating with Als, they sent a member of the reception group to board the ship with Mijao under the pretext of territorial rights. They were called guides, but in fact they were monitoring. They said that they were open-minded and just waited to see what the aliens would do, but who dared to let A completely out of sight? What if he used the spaceship to do something secretly? Langsing would know nothing, and they would cry sooner or later. If someone follows, at least they can grasp the dynamics, right? Moreover, Mijao is also a top-notch strongman on Langsing. If there is really any unexpected situation, she may be able to contain it to some extent. Of course, Lanmeng is also curious about the Octopus Man spaceship. It is naturally a good thing to have a chance to go in and take a look. Just like that, Mrs. Mi smiled and got on the spaceship. She cast a last look at Lin Fan and then disappeared into the closed hatch. Lin Fan was still nauseated because of the origin of the companion stone, but she didn't care about it at this time. She was only filled with deep worries. Don't worry. Als had been holding Lin Fan's hand, and it was easy to sense her emotions, and comforted her. They will be back soon. Yes, since Als allowed us to bring cameras up, there shouldn't be any danger. Sen Fangyuan also comforted. He had only tentatively proposed to bring synchronization equipment on board before. After all, with their technology, it should be easy to block the signal. Unexpectedly, Als agreed. It seems that the Lin people entering the spaceship and broadcasting what they saw and heard through video and live broadcast had no effect on them at all. But it was true that the gap between the two sides was too big and there were many things they could not understand. The octopus people naturally did not need to worry, and they were the ones who were always uneasy. Ars's various attitudes seemed to have been confirming what they said before. The fact of friendly visits, which made the Lan Alliance people relax their guard again and again. They increasingly believed that the real purpose of the aliens was friendly, and they also hoped that the alien spacecraft would have good results in the search. Lin Fan felt that this change in attitude was actually a bit dangerous, but she could also feel that her vigilance was loosening a little bit. Sen Fangyuan in front was still laughing, and it was unclear whether it was true or not. Antonio also seemed to be unguarded, holding Ars's tentacles with one hand and holding Ibuta with the other hand, grinning and asking questions. Forget it, why should she think so much? There are tall people to hold up the sky when it falls. Lin Fan simply stopped wasting her time. There were hundreds of people in the Lan Alliance watching, so why should she worry about it? It's good now. There are only Ars and Ibutu, so she and Antonio have one each. The colleague who was in charge of the aircraft barrier has also withdrawn to the group. There should be no problem in dealing with emergencies. Maybe they are really here for a friendly visit. The news about aliens has been reported since they entered Langsing. After a few days of waiting and watching, the Langsing people hiding underground found that they were completely different from the aliens who launched the invasion before. They seemed polite and well-mannered, so they burst out with greater curiosity. And with the global disclosure of some information about Octopus, the people's friendliness and curiosity towards them have reached a peak. Although there are many people who hold conspiracy theories and dare not relax, the vast majority of people have easily accepted that the Octopus people are friendly aliens after the continuous reports in the past few days. With such a big technological gap, they would have fought long ago if they wanted to. Why bother with us? You can't think that everyone is a bad seed. There are still more good people. This comment has the most likes and has been pushed to the top of the hot search. Even the encyclopedia and super topic of Octopus have been established. The popularity grew rapidly, no less than the popularity of the Mecha man on the internet. There have been countless reports of aliens appearing in Langsing's recent history, but in the end, because there was no solid evidence, they were just groundless legends. Now it's different. Living, friendly aliens have appeared. If the Lan Alliance had not been unsure of safety and restricted them to stay under the bunker, I don't know how many people would have rushed out to see the aliens. Therefore, when the Lan Alliance tentatively lifted the restrictions and allowed people to leave the bunker, although the risks in the notice were clearly stated, many people still came out from underground one after another because of curiosity, living habits, herd mentality, or other reasons. The sky is still the same sky, and the air is not much fresher because of the addition of a few aliens. When the people who came out found that the world visited by aliens was no different from before, and the aliens were far away from them and could not be touched at all, most people regained their sanity and started their daily lives. They still have loans to pay, and their children's studies cannot be interrupted for too long. If you don't work hard, others will surpass you. The sun sets. When all the noise returns to calm, Ars and his party finally enter the first real city. My electric blanket is broken. It was still warm on the 31st, and I was sitting on the bed watching TV and typing. But it was not warm on the 1st. I bought this in late February last year. The electric blanket smelled burnt before. I had used it for 7 or 8 years, and I felt unsafe, so I changed it. In March, I put it away after using it for less than a month. Then in November, it was cold, so I took it out. After using it for less than a week, the side where I sleep was not warm anymore. It was near the power cord. I asked after sales service, and they said it would be replaced after 1 year, so they replaced it with a new one. I received it on November 20th. At that time, there was something rattling in the plastic box of the power supply, and they said it was normal. but it broke again on January 1st. I turned it on at around 6 PM, and when it got hot, I lowered the gear and turned it off at around 10 AM. It was the simplest high and low gear push switch. I contacted after sales service again, and they said they had replaced it once, and it could not be replaced. Either wait for the unified repair in March, or I would pay 20 yuan to replace it with a new one. I'm thinking, I've only used it for 2 months, and it broke twice. Both times, my side wasn't warm, and they said it was my fault. Am I addicted to electric blankets? The previous one lasted 7 years. If I hadn't been unable to find the brand, I wouldn't have bought this one. Now if I don't deal with it, I'll lose 140. I have to wait until March to repair it, and now I have to buy a new one. I don't know how many people will touch it when I send it back. After all, it can't be washed after it's been put on the bed, and I don't want to. If I change it now, I'll lose another 20, wait a week, and then change it. I don't know if it can last until the beginning of spring. The fluff seemed warm at first, but it was always slippery when I laid it on. It's actually not good, and it keeps breaking. What should I do? Chapter 734 The Child's Other Face. Nandao is located at the southernmost tip of H country, next to Zhugang, facing the sea, and spring-like all year round. If such a favorable geographical location could be developed, it would not be much worse than its neighbor, Zhugang, one of the 3 major economic capitals. It was not until recent years that H country achieved a small economic boom and finally freed up its hands to clean up the mess of Nandao. In order to attract investment and talents, the government has offered extremely preferential policies to people who have settled in Nandao, including a treaty that the college entrance examination scoreline for Nandao residents is lower than the normal admission. It was originally intended to reward people from all walks of life who came to build Nandao, but there is always a world of eyes that can discover opportunities. With the increase in the school-age population in recent years, the college entrance examination has long been very difficult, and it is not enough to describe its harshness to say that thousands of troops are crossing a single plank bridge. Although there are many universities and they are constantly expanding their enrollment, no one will dislike high scores. Capable parents will always try their best to give their children more advantages than others. Because of this, the children of Li Chunhua's relatives were separated from their parents at a young age and sent to South Island to study in order to seize the opportunity in the college entrance examination and be admitted to the ideal university with a lower score than others. Li Chunhua thought about it many times, and it was difficult to tell whether this move was good or bad. But now that South Island is the first place where aliens passed, Li Chunhua could not help but worry. Teenagers are always more curious than adults. They are not afraid of tigers and do things without considering the consequences. After the restriction order was lifted, according to official statistics, 1/5 of the people who returned to the ground were students, which is still a very large proportion. Li Chunhua thought again and again, and felt that he should remind the children to hide first, and wait until they passed, before going to the ground. After he applied, Sen Fangyuan approved it, and told him not to talk about confidential content. Li Chunhua took the time to ask his wife Shimao for the child's WeChat during his rest at night. After sending the friend request, he remembered that he forgot to note his identity. He wanted to send another one, but he didn't expect the other party to approve it in seconds. Li Chunhua, who is so honest and straightforward, can't help but feel strange. He had already entered the dialog box and started typing, but suddenly he became more cautious and exited it. He first looked through the little girl's circle of friends. You wouldn't know until you saw it, and you were shocked. The little girl's circle of friends was full of photos of dark clothes and violent language. She was not the well-behaved little girl that Li Chunhua remembered. He quickly flipped through the content that was completely open to strangers and was full of adolescent rebellion, dirty language, and explosive content. He even saw many large-scale photos. Li Chunhua felt that things were a bit troublesome and quickly called Shimao. Shimao also had the little girl's WeChat. Because the child was alone, she was quite concerned. From time to time, she would check the circle of friends and send some care, asking the child to eat and drink well. Originally, Lee Chun-hua wanted Shimao to send messages to the child, but Shimao said that it might be because of puberty. Although she had a good relationship with the child didn't listen to her words that much, especially the words that required obedience, which could easily arouse rebellious psychology. But Lee Chun-hua was different. His identity made him more authoritative than his family in front of the rebellious child. Moreover, he has a somewhat reckless and unkind character. When the child was young, he was still quite afraid of his uncle. So if she wanted the child to be obedient, it would be best for Lee Chun-hua to speak directly. Lee Chun-hua thought it made sense, but what did he see? He wished he was blind. Sure enough, Shimao's worries came true. Children who leave their parents, even if they live a good life, are easily mentally deviated. How many children are prone to problems when they are under the eyes of their parents every day during adolescence, not to mention the family affection that can only be seen a few times a year across half of each country. In theory, Shimao cares so much about the child that it is impossible for him not to see these dark messages. The only possibility is that the circle of friends is classified and relatives are blocked. Lee Chun-hua sent the WeChat avatar, and after repeatedly confirming that she had not recognized the wrong person, she asked Shimao to send the circle of friends she saw. Sure enough, the circle of friends that Shimao saw were all messages about well-behaved and lovely people. Lee Chun-hua hesitated for a moment and sent the screenshots of what he saw to his wife. I can't send her messages. He made a decision quickly. If she finds out that the new person is me, she will be alert, and we won't be able to see her real dynamics later. I'll just be a stranger for now. Okay. After being shocked, Shimao quickly reacted. I'll think about it and see how to tell her parents. Let's wait until this wave of things is over. Lee Chun-hua said again. Tell her not to come out first. Just say what I said to ensure her safety first, and then talk about those things after the aliens leave. Shimao knew that her husband was engaged in a more dangerous alien reception job. She followed the news every day and wanted the aliens to leave first more than anyone else. Now there is the matter of the little girl. Shimao hugged her daughter tightly, looked at her pink little face, and sighed secretly. I know. I will warn my family not to go out for the time being. You pay attention to your own safety. We will wait for you to come home. Lee Chun-hua didn't dare to delay too much time and hung up the phone after explaining everything that should be explained. The original worries were not relieved at all, but became more worried. His anxiety was soon noticed by Gu, who was also on leave. With the change of the defense strategy against the octopus people, the rotation of their bionic armor team has also been adjusted. After all, Lin Fan and Antonio have been following those two, and their main protection target has become the people of the reception group. There are people from the Special Affairs Office holding the barrier, and the function of the bionic armor is just to make up for the difference, and it is basically not used. So when there is no one, only 2 or 3 bionic armors are left to follow the team to fill the facade, and the others take turns to rest and wait. When there are more people, they will all go into battle to prevent emergencies. Gu asked the whole story in 2 sentences, helped him analyze the situation of the little girl, and pointed out that the situation will not continue to deteriorate in a short time. Then he warned him to recognize what the current situation is. Although it seems that there is no danger, he should not be distracted by other things. Lee Chun-hua is not only worried about the children of his relatives, but also thinks of his own Wu. After Gu's enlightenment, he felt much more relaxed, and then felt ashamed. Everyone is risking their lives to complete the mission, and he still has the mind to think about it. Thinking about those octopus mecha bodies, his originally confused head instantly cooled down. At this time, why is he only thinking about his family? Lee Chun-hua hit her head hard twice, but was stopped by Gu. No one will replace you if you get hurt now. Gu still understood Lee Chun-hua and quickly persuaded her to rest. Hurry up and rest. Gao Fei and the others will take over later. Lin Fan and Antonio were not as lucky as them. Although they could leave the mecha state and walk outside, the responsibility of the octopus man was equivalent to weighing on their shoulders. In the deliberately emptied 5-star hotel rooms, Oz and Ibuta were arranged to live in the luxury suite on the top floor. She and Antonio each occupied a room, occupying the room closest to them. Sen Fangyuan also occupied a room, which was farther away from them. The room was luxurious, but Lin Fan did not dare to sleep at ease. The colleagues from the Special Affairs Office shared a room with Sen Fangyuan, and had covered the 4 of them in the barrier. The others were resting on the bottom floor of the hotel, and only 3 mechas were patrolling at the entrance of the hotel. In other words, if the octopus man broke out, she and Antonio would be the first to face the danger. Lin Fan had some indescribable feelings in his heart. It seemed that he was not afraid, nor was he worried. He felt that he was worrying too much, but he could not stop thinking about it. He was half asleep and half awake with his eyes closed. He dreamed of Mijao and Gro, and soon it was dawn. When he opened his eyes again, it felt like he had not slept at all. His eyelids were drooping, and he could not open them. Someone said before that he could post illustrations. I studied it, and it seems that it is possible, but ink is required to exchange functions. I don't have enough ink. It takes 300 inks to do it once, and I only have 110. 4 fingers. Wait for me to save some, and I will post pictures later. Mua. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735 Discovery. Mijao and the others are doing very well. Sen Fangyuan whispered to Lin Fan when they were waiting for the octopus man to come out outside the door in the morning. Really? Lin Fan was no longer sleepy when Mijao was mentioned. Really, the real-time images in the control room are always synchronized. Don't worry, everything is fine for now. We also found a companion stone last night. After Aya's test, it was confirmed that the composition is consistent with their companion stone. Really? Lin Fan was surprised. Found it so quickly? Does that mean that someone from them has come to Langsing before? After they died, the companion stone was separated and left here. Lin Fan was not surprised to find the companion stone. She knew of 3 biological armored people, and there was 112 and 800. It was not surprising to find more, but she did not expect it to be so fast. Wu Yusen searched for 112 for a long time before finding it, but he did not expect the octopus man to find one in less than a day. The gap is there, not surprising. But it's hard to say whether they have been here before. Sen Fangyuan whispered back, if the genes in you are from Nua, who knows if the same companion stone was also brought by Nua? Lin Fan thought it made sense and asked, didn't you ask the ugly woman? You can find out about this matter by asking the ugly woman. I asked her, but she didn't answer. Instead, she scolded Zhu Kunjun. Sen Fangyuan touched his nose, seeming to sympathize with Zhu Kunjun's experience. Hasn't she been in a defensive state and unable to move recently? Before they left, she was as irritable as a lion. Lin Fan nodded. The ugly woman had a bad temper to begin with, and now she was trapped under the world tree and couldn't move. If she were her, she would also be irritable. Anyway, whether it is or not, it is all history for us. Let them look for it, and see if they can find any other evidence. Sen Fangyuan said again. Whether the octopus people have been to Langsing before or not, it really doesn't change much about the current situation. It's like the archaeological history of Langsing, no matter how deeply it is studied, has little impact on modern people's lives. That's right. Lin Fan thought of the unusable 112 and 800 miles and agreed. Compared to the past, how to integrate the companion stone is the key. Should we find an opportunity to ask for a way to detect their genes, and then, before he finished speaking, the octopus man's door opened, and Lin Fan immediately shut up. Good news, my friends. Ours opened the door and spoke. Last night, our spacecraft discovered and confirmed the existence of the companion stone. We look forward to new discoveries soon. Sen Fangyuan immediately pretended to know nothing and started acting. Lin Fan watched from the sidelines and felt that these guys who played politics were very good at acting, which made people unconvinced. Today's itinerary is to officially enter the city. Because Nandeo was officially developed in recent years, the roads are wide and the buildings are very modern, mostly high-rise buildings with glass curtain walls. Although it cannot be compared with the other 3 major economic cities in terms of economy, it is already quite large. It has everything it should have, and the building density and population density are lower than other cities. This is also considered by the above as the first city to test aliens. If there is an accident, the loss will be smaller than other places. The route was planned long ago, and the routes to be passed were under martial law. No one was allowed to come forward to watch within a certain distance. Lin Fan thought that it would be like the previous inspection by the superiors, hiding at home, and the streets were empty. Who knew that, when she passed by on the flatbed, she could still see many people in uniforms maintaining order in the distance, and there were quite a few people watching. It's really brave. She secretly admired it. On the contrary, was she a little too timid? Because of the purpose of testing, the martial law order this time was different from the past. People could be seen within the range of vision. It was just testing the safe distance little by little. Lin Fan looked back at Oz's small eyes as big as green beans, and doubted whether he could see people in the distance. The eyes of the blue star octopus are quite big and protruding, so why are the eyes of the giant octopus so small? Oz and Ibutu behind him also saw so many blue star people for the first time. The two kept turning their heads to look around. Although the crowd was far away, it did not affect their mood. What are they doing? Ibutu rarely spoke. His voice was a little thinner than Oz's. Oh, this is our etiquette for distinguished guests. The people lined up to see you off to show their love. Sen Fangyuan started to talk nonsense again. Lin Fan saw countless people in the crowd taking pictures with binoculars and mobile phones. Curious, right? They lined up to see you off. Then why don't they come over? Ibutu asked again. They are so far away. This is a safety measure. We are afraid that they will get excited and accidentally hurt you two in the chaos. Sen Fangyuan answered with a smile, but in his heart, he was thinking, isn't it because he is afraid that you will explode and hurt people? Oh, then you think too much. Ibutu shook his tentacles. It is difficult for you Langsing people to cause us harm. After thinking for a while, he added, unless they are as powerful as them. The two tentacles pointed at Lin Fan and Antonio respectively. They already knew that there were only 2 such mechas on Langsing. Although they had never fought, no one knew better than them the high defense capabilities of the armed form. If the people get too close, it might be noisy and order will be hard to maintain. Sen Fangyuan wanted to say it in advance. It doesn't matter. What's the difference between being too far away and looking at a picture? Don't we just want to experience the life of Langsing up close? Oz was very interested in the people of Langsing. The reception team and the Mecha team were the ceiling of Langsing's strength, and they wanted to see the real appearance of the people. Langsing had already made preparations and wanted to shorten the safety distance little by little, which was also convenient for observing the changes in the attitudes of the octopus people. Unexpectedly, they would ask for close contact not long after the start. The other party had clearly proposed it, so they naturally couldn't refuse directly and could only quickly adjust the order to advance the progress. After the safety distance was shortened, not many people really came close. Most of them were still watching from a distance, and they were still afraid. But there are really brave people. Lin Fan watched a man trembling his hands and feet and came up to shake hands with Oz. He thought he was nervous, but who knew he was excited. After chatting for a few words, he didn't want to let go, but the reception team still forcibly pulled his hands apart and let the police who acted as a human wall to maintain law and order drag him away. Oz's tentacles had changed color because of his grip, and after being released, the blood circulation did not recover for a while, and they shook several times. You are right to worry. Oz rubbed his tentacles, as if laughing. It is indeed risky to be too close. The man asked a bunch of messy questions right away, which made Oz's smart brain short-circuited for a while, and he couldn't react to how to answer. Oz's attitude did not change, but he didn't dare to approach the crowd easily, and sat quietly on the float to watch. The guards also received the latest order to put the protective wall at a distance, where they could see the alien floats, but couldn't reach them. The roads in South Island are large and wide, and it is convenient to go anywhere. Oz watched the various areas with interest, and also went to the food street to order a lot of snacks, and let Lin Fan and his friends eat them for them. The reasonable route arrangement allowed them to quickly pass through various commercial and living areas. Especially when passing the living area, Lin Fan could hear a constant stream of discussions. Countless heads were poking out of the windows to look at them, and the octopus in the car kept turning its head to look at the people in the grid. The peaceful journey could easily make people slack off, and Lin Fan began to feel bored again. But nothing bad happened at such a close distance, which is a good thing in itself, isn't it? She was daydreaming to refresh herself, and took out the communication box, looked at it for a while, and asked, "Do you have any unsolved civilization history on Langsing?" "What?" Sen Fangyuan stood up and asked. "Is the history of Langsing you told me all? Have you concealed other historical facts?" "It must have been concealed, but which one specifically?" Ours didn't get an answer, and didn't ask any more questions. He clicked on the black box a few times, and a projection appeared in the air. In a piece of deep blue, it seemed that something straight and curved was hidden in it. "This is..." Sen Fangyuan leaned in to take a closer look. "In the water?" Ours pointed and showed a few similar pictures before saying, "To be precise, it's an underwater civilization. Do you know that Langsing once had a large underwater civilization?" Chapter 736 Atlantis. Undersea civilization? Lin Fan just had a vague name in his mind when someone shouted it out loud. Atlantis. Antonio jumped up from behind, took a few steps to the front, grabbed the tentacles of Oz and said excitedly, "It must be the Atlantis civilization. Legend has it that Atlantis was an island country that was once very rich and developed, but eventually sank to the bottom of the sea for some unknown reason. The legend of Atlantis civilization has never stopped, and the search for the remains of Atlantis has been going on every year. It may be due to cultural differences. The legendary Atlantis has always been hanging with the shadow of Western mythology, so most of the people who are more interested in it are Westerners. Most of the people may have heard of the name, but they are not enthusiastic. The last disappearance point of the legendary Atlantis should be near the Strait of Gibraltar. Over the years, countless people have claimed to have found the remains of Atlantis, but they can't provide evidence. This has led to the myth theory and the fact theory always fighting from time to time, and there is still no result. Although there was no basis, the searchers were still tireless, but nothing was found in decades. Unexpectedly, aliens accidentally discovered the clues. "Are you sure it's Atlantis?" Lin Fan was a little skeptical. Because of the changes in the Earth's crust, there are ancient city ruins that have sunk to the bottom of the sea. It may not be Atlantis, right? Lin Fan watched a cartoon about Atlantis when she was a child. She couldn't remember the specific content, but she vaguely remembered that Atlantis was a prosperous city with magnificent technology and extremely prosperous trade. She was not sure whether those were the settings of the cartoon or something else, but when Atlantis was mentioned, she couldn't help but think of the lost civilization, the advanced technology, and the once wealthy life. Even though she didn't know anything about Atlantis except the name. "Isn't this what we are going to confirm?" Antonio was still enthusiastic, poking his finger on the projection screen. "Look here, the circular city building. Isn't it the iconic building of Atlantis?" According to legend, Atlantis was ruled by 10 different kings in different regions. Its architectural feature is concentric circles, with houses arranged in circles from inside to outside, and from high to low. The closer you get to the center, the higher the level. In the center of the circle is the temple where the kings gather for meetings. It has a golden round dome. It is said that its unique shape will emit harmonious and beautiful sounds due to different temperatures and wind speeds. That is the legendary ancient country of Atlantis. Antonio wished that he was the one who boarded the spaceship with AE yesterday. The main control room also reacted quickly and quickly assigned Sen Fangyuan to speak. Yes. Whether it is or not, it is always good to discover new underwater ruins. Let's confirm it first. On the Langsing map, the GPS of the reception group member who boarded the spaceship kept flashing. When the surveying personnel found that the area they entered was the Kyanmu Triangle, their throats were split. Kyanmu Triangle? Lin Fan heard another familiar but unclear word. Isn't it the Strait of Gibraltar? Antonio was also stunned. Kyanmu Triangle seems to be in the Atlantic Ocean. Sen Fangyuan quickly picked up the tablet and shared the picture sent by the main control with them. This is Kyan Muda, and this is the Strait of Cebu. He pointed to the east and west sides of the Atlantic Ocean surrounded by America and Eastern Europe. You see, although the distance is far, they are both in the Atlantic plate. With the movement of the Earth's crust, it is entirely possible to move over there. Lin Fan stretched his neck, took a general look, scratched his head and asked, why do I remember that Kyan Muda doesn't seem to be a good place? It's indeed not a good place. Sen Fangyuan switched to various news reports sent by the main control. Hey, the place called the Death Triangle is here. Since the last century, according to incomplete statistics, hundreds of planes and ships have lost signals when entering this area, and then there was no news, and the equipment and personnel disappeared without a trace. After discovering the anomaly, all levels tried various methods, but unfortunately, not to mention the living, even the wreckage of the equipment could not be found. The weather in the Kyan Muda Triangle area is extremely bad, with frequent storms and cyclones, and the magnetic field is also abnormally chaotic. There are trenches and canyons as deep as several thousand meters on the seabed, and there are many deep sea craters nearby that have been spewing hot air, which have not been fully explored so far. Such a peculiar geographical feature has become famous with hundreds of disappearances, and has become one of the famous death-forbidden areas on Langsing. Also because of the unique magnetic field conditions here, when mechanical equipment approaches, the communication and magnetic field will all fail. In the vast ocean, equipment failure means crisis. Waves of explorers who do not believe in evil have come one after another, but none of them have returned. Over time, no one is stupid enough to continue approaching. Atlantis is under Kyan Muda? No one has thought of this possibility, but it seems reasonable when you think about it. When your spacecraft passes through this area, is it not affected by the magnetic field? Sen Fangyuan asked. Of course there is some impact, otherwise we would not have discovered that this area has signal interference. Ars's words shocked everyone. Signal interference? Lin Fan and Antonio looked at each other. When they cleaned up Gro's signal device, they almost plowed the entire Langsing, and it seemed, vaguely, have they been to this area? The two of them followed the coordinates at the time. In such a chaotic situation, no one could remember whether they had been there before. You can't detect the advanced signal jammer with your ability. The truth told by Ars made the Langsing people feel choked. Sen Fangyuan had already accepted his fate, and continued to ask. So what you mean is that you can ignore the signal interference, and penetrate the interference, to shoot these real underwater images? In fact, we have turned off the signal jammer in this area. Ars's attitude was very light, as if he was saying that he had turned off a light. The picture just now was detected on the sea surface, and the clarity is relatively poor. Now he has gone down to the sea to observe closely, and there will be clearer image data later. Ars said again. Many people in the Line Alliance were angry because of their behavior of leaving without notice, and felt that their sovereignty was violated. But after being angry, they had to admit that the aliens' equipment was indeed better than that on Langsing. From the perspective of efficiency, speed and danger, they could go. Don't forget to let him find the Dome Temple, Antonio excitedly reminded. In the middle of the center of the circle, the Golden Dome Temple. Lin Fan didn't care much about this, but instead expressed doubts about the diving ability of the spacecraft. For high-level interstellar spaceships, the flying function is only the most basic function. Take our ship as an example. Under certain conditions, deep diving, breaking rocks, and even traveling in high temperature and high pressure are no problem. Ars knew that Langsing's flight technology had not yet reached this level, and patiently answered Lin Fan's questions. Lin Fan couldn't help but think of the shuttle sandwiched between the magma and the mountain. I don't know which one is more powerful, the shuttle or the Octopus Man's spaceship. Because of this episode, many people's hearts went to the seabed exploration, especially Antonio, who scratched his ears and cheeks, as if he was itchy all over. Lin Fan didn't quite understand, and it was not easy to hit him openly, so he had to be very alert. The two octopus men were also unmoved, and they kept looking left and right, continuing to have fun with the people. This exploration took a long time. It was not until they left the city and entered the next stop that A's message came. Antonio saw the dome temple at a glance. Although the color could not be seen in the deep sea, he was sure that it was golden. My friend said that this chapter 1 wrote was a poison point. Let me just complain about it myself. I don't understand why it's a toxic point, and I don't know how to complain about it. I just wanted to come up with a reason why Atlantis can't be found, so that it can be hidden better and more reasonably. I think the logic is sound, but of course there's no need to do any research. After all, this is a novel. I haven't studied anything too scientific. This point won't be described in depth, so it's just a shallow logical consistency, which should be fine, right? Otherwise, how can I explain that Atlantis has always been there, but no one can find it, right? Okay, I'm the boss of my novel, haha, Mua. Chapter 737 The Sinking City. Under the Cayenne Muda, there is not only the dome of scenery that Antonio has been dreaming about, but also the words familiar to the people of Octopus. On the wall of the temple, the circle-shaped symbols that look like patterns are actually the words of the Octopus people. If the appearance of the companion stone on Langsing can be considered a coincidence, then the appearance of the words has reduced the possibility of coincidence. Ars and Ibuta sat together and quickly flipped through the photos, while Lin Fan and the other two did not dare to breathe. If the legendary Atlantis is related to these octopus people, that means they did come to Langsing a long time ago. This is really too unexpected. Could Atlantis be created by them? Antonio held his chin and muttered softly. Atlantis is a legendary city of technology, but according to the development history of Langsing, how could there be such a high level of technology in the era of low productivity? It's like it appeared out of thin air. This is also one of the reasons why many people insist that Atlantis is just a legend. But if Atlantis was built by aliens, then all the unreasonable things seem to be explained reasonably. Wait, Lin Fan asked, when did Atlantis happen? Sen Fangyuan lowered his head to flip the tablet, and Antonio came over. It seems like 10,000 years ago. I don't remember clearly, but it was quite a long time ago. That's not right. Lin Fan shook his head. Noah appeared later than them. They stayed in Langsing for so long. How could they not find Atlantis? Noah conducted various biological experiments on Langsing, and Fuxi and Digen were so idle that they started tribal wars. How could they not find alien ruins on the seabed? Who said 10,000 years? Sen Fangyuan looked for information on the tablet without raising his head. European history was differentiated from our side. 5,000 years ago, they were still on the Asian plate. How could they know about things 10,000 years ago? Antonio looked at Sen Fangyuan unconvinced and was choked by his casual words. Let alone your P country, which only existed more than 200 years ago. Lin Fan knew that the occasion was not appropriate, but he couldn't help but raise his lips. Besides, Noah appeared 5,000 years ago. According to Nachao, the time that traditional mythology can describe should be when she was about to leave. In fact, they should have stayed on Langsing for quite a long time. Sen Fangyuan said to Lin Fan with a serious face. It is difficult to verify when she appeared, but it should be much earlier than the recorded time. All written records are things after the formation of civilization. And Nua's behavior of creating humans is obviously not something that happened overnight. And the Atlantis civilization, in the absence of any evidence, the claim that it existed 10,000 years ago is also questionable. The history of Langsing civilization can only be traced back to 5,000 years ago, and it has not been completely confirmed. How can we know the legend of 10,000 years ago? Or is it the legend of God? Sen Fangyuan learned about Atlantis in a very short time and gave a sharp opinion. The legend of Atlantis contains a lot of shadows of Western mythology, including Poseidon, Zeus and other well-known Western European gods. Even the sinking of Atlantis was an inexplicable divine punishment, which is very unreasonable from the perspective of the integrity of the myth. Sen Fangyuan's well-reasoned argument made Antonio unable to refute it easily. All these, combined with the fact that Atlantis really existed, it is more reasonable to infer that after Noah left, the Octopus entered Langsing for unknown reasons, and during their stay, they participated in the construction of Atlantis. After they left, Atlantis lost the support of advanced civilization and eventually fell to the bottom of the sea. Not only Lin Fan and Antonio listened attentively, but even Oz and Ibutu didn't know when they stopped flipping through the information and listened quietly. After Sen Fangyuan finished speaking, he realized that the two octopus people were staring at him with their green eyes. Thinking about what he had just said, there was nothing offensive about it. He grinned. Did I speak too loudly and disturb you? Sorry, I won't say anything more. You continue to watch. No, I finished watching. Ours had stopped for a while. What you said makes sense, and there is no discrepancy with the written records. This time it was Sen Fangyuan's turn to be surprised. Do those texts record a whole story? Are they really left by the octopus people? Yes. Although there is no clear record, they should have entered Langsing after Nuwa. There are many records of civilization in it, which is consistent with the early history of Langsing. When Sen Fangyuan told him history, he told him a comprehensive story. At that time, in order to dazzle them, he specially told them a lot of myths, including Western European myths. It is impossible that there was a similar history of civilization development before Nuwa appeared. Even if there was a process of civilization annihilation and reloading, it would definitely not be calculated in thousands of years. Can you actually travel in space so early? Antonio exclaimed. The appearance of the octopus people now makes people feel very oppressive. I didn't expect that they came here thousands of years ago. People at that time had no knowledge. When they saw aliens coming from the sky, so they thought that the gods in the sky were aliens? Isn't that the same as the H country treating Nuwa as a fairy? Antonio felt that another channel of his mind was opened. Lin Fan was thinking that so many years ago, the octopus people came to Langsing to build a city and built Atlantis into an ancient civilization that people could not forget after thousands of years. Although it sank into the sea in the end, it can also prove that the people of this race are indeed very friendly as they said. Otherwise, when Langsing was poor and had few cold weapons, wouldn't it be easy to occupy it? But, Sen Fangyuan suddenly asked, didn't you start interstellar travel in recent years? Did I misunderstand? It turns out that it has been thousands of years. He remembered that Oz had said this before. The reason why they thought that Lin Fan and Antonio's genes were most likely not from their planet was because the time was wrong. If they had come to Langsing so long ago, then the genes in Lin Fan and the others might not have been left by Nuwa. Yes, you are right. In fact, although the time in each galaxy is not universal, when converted, the time of our voyage is also later than the time when they came to Langsing. According to your time, it is probably about 2000 years ago. Wait, I don't understand. Lin Fan stretched out his hand. You said that the beginning of interstellar voyage was nearly 2000 years ago, but Atlantis is. The specific time still needs to be measured by carbonization value, but according to the cultural habits mentioned in the legend, it should be 3 or 4000 years. Sen Fangyuan looked at the summary data sent by the main control on the tablet and continued. So here comes the problem. The time doesn't match. Lin Fan spread his hands. They came to Langsing first, and you started sailing later. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be like this. Ours also spread out his tentacles and made the same pose as Lin Fan. But the records clearly state that they encountered time-space turbulence during their voyage, and the spacecraft was damaged as a result. They had no choice but to make an emergency landing on Langsing. Time-space turbulence is a wormhole that can break time and space. The internal risks are very high, not only because it is mixed with various energy storms, but also because it leads to unknown time and space, and it is unknown when it can return to normal. Usually, those who are caught in time-space turbulence can be said to have no return. Even if they come back, they will definitely not return by the same route. But at that time, Langsing had almost no technological development, and no suitable repair materials were found, so they could only settle down on Langsing, hoping to use their own knowledge to promote technological development in order to achieve the purpose of repairing the spacecraft. Unexpectedly, Atlantis was accidentally created. Atlantis was discovered and integrated by the Langsing people by accident. They did not care about low-level civilizations, and they also needed a large number of laborers. The octopus people didn't care about the progress of advanced technology. Their main goal was to repair the spacecraft and leave. But this process was really a bit long, and after the Langsing people integrated into Atlantis, Some power struggles also unknowingly permeated into the circle of the octopus people. Any civilization, once involved in a struggle, is doomed to regress. Even if the octopus people began to avoid it after discovering it, it was too late. The Atlantis civilization was mainly based on octopus, but a large number of Langsing people were mixed in. The ants were too many to bite the elephants to death. Many octopus people were affected, their minds changed, and they died actively or passively due to involvement. So when they repaired the spacecraft and were able to leave Langsing, they left without looking back. The Langsing people who seized Atlantis still didn't know what was going on and were intoxicated by the power struggle, so the civilization began to collapse. In addition, without the follow-up support of the octopus people, collapse was a matter of time. This is the truth of the Atlantis civilization. The text on the temple only records the departure of the octopus people. Why did it sink into the sea? Because the recorder left and didn't write it down. After hearing the truth, everyone didn't know what to say for a while. No wonder the ugly woman said they wasted too much time. I didn't expect that people thousands of years ago could still kill aliens. But even so, the octopus people didn't attack the Langsing people, which really proved how kind their race is. The Lan Alliance's concerns about the octopus people were greatly reduced again with the disclosure of the secrets of Atlantis. Maybe they should really give these aliens enough trust. Take a step back, and the world will be bright. Chapter 738 Benefits. From the text information, we know that the group of octopus who had come to Langsing were one of the ships that set out in the same era as Els and his team, but the specific ship was not specifically marked on the wall of the temple. Who would have thought that they would encounter time and space turbulence and enter the timeline before the same latitude? AE decided to continue exploring to see if their compatriots had left any useful information in other places. The area of the underwater ruins is not small. Even if they were to explore it by driving an advanced high-tech spacecraft, it would take a long time to collect and record the data of the entire city. Els and his companions didn't care. Anyway, they visited Langsing for fun. Discovering the Mecha Man was already an accident, and the underwater ruins were simply a surprise. Since there was no time limit, it was natural to fully explore the traces of survival of the same kind. On Langsing, it was definitely impossible to stop them. After discussing for a night, P Country urgently sent several deep-sea exploration ships to Mu for operation. Although the Octopus Man was also there, the safety of the Langsing people could not be fully guaranteed, but that was Atlantis. The dream city that the Langsing people wanted, but could not get. Even if they are now related to these octopus people, it is still a relic of the glorious civilization of Langsing. How can we let the aliens take the cake? If we don't take the risk now, will there be anything useful left on the seabed after the aliens leave? If we take a risk now, even if we can't rob the aliens, at least we can know what we have, and if we are lucky, we can pick up some meat scraps, right? The people of P Country love adventure. When they heard that they were going to explore the water of Atlantis, go to the ruins of ancient civilizations that no one has ever been to look for resources left by advanced civilizations, and get close to aliens, they set out without much hesitation. OV vigorously promoted this project. He didn't forget that there are other companion stones on Langsing. In terms of probability, the possibility of finding companion stones in the ruins where the octopus people once lived should be greater than in other places. He wanted to grab this scarce resource and increase P Country's voice in Landmeng. Moreover, Mu University is located near America. Isn't this a good opportunity given to him by God? Not only did the exploration ship of Langsing go full steam towards Mu, but on land, Ars and his party continued to move northeast. Ars, who had previously thought that the genes in Lin Fan and the others had little to do with him, looked at the two with a kind look after learning about the whole story of Atlantis. He felt that his companions had lived on Langsing for such a long time and had been assimilated by the Langsing people to a certain extent. Some lived and some died, so it was not surprising that some of their genes were mixed with the Langsing people, right? As for the evidence, A was already looking for it. Anyway, in Ars's heart, he felt that the possibility that the genes of Lin Fan and the others came from their octopus people had greatly exceeded that of Nua, who appeared earlier, and his originally polite attitude had a little more kindness. Lin Fan always felt strange being treated as a great-great-grandson by aliens. Antonio adapted well. He said that it didn't matter where the genes came from. But in the current situation, the octopus people treated them as their descendants, which was safer. Lin Fan thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. Although she always thought it was Nua's work, because there were also bad men with wings in the Special Affairs Office. It's fair to have birds and fish. Octopuses should also be considered fish, right? Besides, Noah did countless experiments at the beginning, such as the Son of God in the sky swallowing beast. The Special Affairs Office had previously suspected that those strange people and beasts in the classic of mountains and seas were all the work of Noah. After those sons of God with various superpowers or genes from other species combined with the natives of Langsing, the genes were mixed and diluted, and after thousands of years of circulation, they formed what they are now. Most of the special genes were eliminated by the genes of the Langsing people themselves, and only some remained in the body, but most of them were hidden very deeply, and would only be stimulated under special conditions, that is, the various superpowers recruited by the Special Affairs Office. Compared with the octopus man's genetic genes, Lin Fan was more accepting of Nua's creation of humans. Because in this way, she is no different from other star people, except that the remaining genes are different. But she also knew that such things would not be affected by her subjective will. What's the use of thinking about things that happened thousands of years ago? The benefits of the change in the attitude of the octopus people are visible, and they seem to be able to relax their guard more. Thinking of this, the descendants of the octopus people are the descendants, as long as they are happy. The Lan Alliance was nervous for a while, fearing that the octopus people would change their attitude and take their anger out on the current Langsing people if they knew that many of their people had died on Langsing. But after actual observation, it was found that they were overthinking. Not only did the octopus people not take their anger out, but their attitude towards them became better. Maybe they think that the current Langsing people have mixed their genes and are considered the descendants of Octopo. Although the Lan Alliance people are willing to accept this benefit, there are still some people who are too arrogant and don't want to admit it, insisting that they are at a high level of technological civilization. Fang was expressionless as always, listening to the group of people arguing below. Ovi rolled his eyes to the ceiling, but smiled and indulged these disputes. Arguing is good. I'm afraid they won't argue. Arguing. He will have an opportunity. The Lan Alliance may argue, but the sightseeing group will go their own way. The truck they were driving was not very fast, and they received instructions from above to buy more time for the exploration ship. So the shortest straight line route that was originally intended to quickly pass through H country and enter Sigio City was changed to a tortuous and zigzag route. The journey that was originally arranged to experience people's livelihood was forced to add a lot of scenery and cultural sightseeing spots. Lin Fan and his friends also took a trip at public expense and visited many places of interest that they had never visited before. Of course, if we don't mention the vigilance against aliens, this trip is still a very good experience. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed, and it is mid-May. Ailey had left Atlantis long ago and went to search other places. Ours and his group had also passed the Jiangjiang Delta to the north, and they were not many days away from Sigio City. Such a long period of peace made everyone feel that the octopus people really had no intentions towards Langsing. At least they were not aggressive enough to engage in large-scale interest disputes. Otherwise, there was no action for such a long time. Could it be that they really wanted to experience the life of Langsing? After such a long time, all the people have come to the ground and resumed their normal lives. They waited and watched at the beginning, but now most people think that, since nothing has happened for so long, it should be fine. As the progress of the Atlantis excavation was announced, more and more people compared the technological gap between the aliens and Langsing. More and more people think that, since they have the ability, they should not fight at the beginning, and there is no need for Langsing to be so cautious. This view not only exists among the people, but most people in the Land League have also begun to relax. Although they still quarrel every day, the concept of peace and friendship of the octopus people seems to be more and more deeply rooted. Judging from such a long period of contact, the aliens do not seem to be a threat. Some netizens even said that there are countless people who die from car accidents and diseases every day, and the unfounded threats of aliens are not a big deal in the face of these force majeure. H Party and the shameless and scheming P Party and other major forces exchanged glances and finally decided to try to temporarily lift the martial law order. Although the people of the Special Affairs Office lifted the barrier, they were still on duty and could not leave, just in case. So far, the people of Lansing have finally taken the most frank attitude and began to welcome the friendship from aliens. If the octopus people in the past would not plunder Lansing even if they died, then the current ones should be the same, right? Just like most of the people on Lansing are good people, not every creature in the interstellar space is like Grow. They shouldn't live like frightened birds after being beaten by Grow. Maybe the Octobers are the good people in the universe. Chapter 739. Answer. Once trust is established, many things will come naturally. When Oz and the other arrived at Sigio City, the attitude of the people of Lansing towards them could be considered very friendly. Of course, Lin Fan, Antonio and the staff of the Special Affairs Office were still with them 24 hours a day, but the members of the Mecha team had not entered the Mecha for a long time. They followed the armored vehicles with their mechas from a distance. Lin Fan's attitude towards the two people also became much more relaxed. Just like when he was with the ugly woman, although he was still on guard, he was no longer so tense all the time. Anyway, if there was any situation, the three of them could take action to control the situation at the first time. The people of Lansing were not simply watching during this period of attitude change. They didn't want to disturb Bay's exploration work, but they didn't let the remaining two people idle. Lang Meng first used the previous video resources to analyze and produce corresponding translation kits for H language and Octopus language. Since everyone is a good friend, it's not a big deal to always let Lin Fan and Antonio translate. These two people have been talking too much recently, and their throats are smoking, but there is nothing they can do. Who can understand them? Fortunately, they have special physiques, and they can replenish more during rest, and they can basically recover the next day. But even so, talking non-stop for more than a month is really too much of a strain on the human body. Lin Fan feels like he is vomiting from talking, and even Antonio, the community leader, secretly thinks he can't take it. Although the purpose of communication can be achieved by pulling the tentacles directly, not everyone can pull their tentacles. Besides, if you can keep a distance, try to keep a little distance, isn't it safer? I don't know how long I will be with the octopus man in the future. From a long-term perspective, I can't just stare at Senfanguan and the other three, right? What if they have other things in the future? So in order to better establish communication, Lang Meng technicians use AI technology to analyze the frequency and length of whale calls to correspond to the content of Lansing language. Lansing people naturally can't make whale calls, but it's not bad to be able to understand them roughly. Later on, perhaps we can arrange and combine them electronically and then feed them back to the octopus man, which should be able to achieve a basic level of communication. The people in the information office of the Special Affairs Office have been working on this translation project recently and have been very busy. There are so many mainstream languages on Lansing that it is impossible to translate them all at once. We can only use one as a standard and then translate it into other languages later. The final version of the language is of course H language. Ovi strongly opposed it. He said that P language is the world's first universal language, and for better international circulation, P language should be used. H side glanced at him lightly, and the objection was invalid. Not to mention that everyone was standing on the territory of H country. Two of the three people in charge of communication used H language, and Antonio used P language and H language mixed. After the Grow War, H country had hardly suffered much damage, and its population was far ahead of other forces, and it had a very large gap with the second place. In terms of the number of users, the number of users of H language ranks first in the world. The representatives of various forces participating in the roundtable meeting knew some H language to a certain extent, and even if they didn't know it originally, they brought translators. Moreover, during the long journey, most of what they heard behind the big screen was translated into H language, and they were basically used to it. Moreover, when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Several foreign forces looked at Aowa's indignant appearance with helplessness and contempt, and laughed secretly in their hearts. Who else can challenge H country in Langsing now? Laop really doesn't know how to live or die. He still thinks it's before the war. He always blows his beard and glares at H side. Doesn't he look at what their base camp has become? If there is no Apollo in front, H side won't even give Laop a chance to speak. Isn't it good for people like them to know the times and be heroes? Following the Thigh saves time and effort, does not take risks, and can also share some benefits. I thought so in my heart, but I also showed dissatisfaction on my face, and protested with AoE. Fight. The more chaotic it is, the more benefits you can get. Anyway, they are just teasing and acting according to the situation. The more muddy the water is, the easier it is to get benefits. Doesn't AoE know whether to protest? Of course he knew that he protested not for the result, but to show his attitude, to exchange other benefits by retreating with grievance. Although they seemed to have lost, they actually achieved their desired goal. They played this trick many times. Kyan Muda's ship found 2 companion stones on the seabed. It was not known whether they were missed by the octopus man or left deliberately, but this matter could not be concealed. Ovi made a fuss just to get the 2 companion stones. He wanted to take both, but looking at the current situation, it would be good if he could keep one. So he slammed the table and called the bench, almost crying at the Great Wall, showing his grievance and concession to the fullest, and the Oscars were short of him for a little golden man. In addition to the language translation problem, there is another thing, or several things, that also attracted everyone's attention. After the mystery of Atlantis was settled, everyone came out of their amazement and couldn't help but think of a series of unsolved mysteries in the world, such as the Star Pile Civilization, the Mama Civilization, the Triangular Pyramid Civilization, and the Giant Array, which were difficult to explain because they were far higher than the productivity at that time. Many people have proposed the theory of alien civilization in the past, but at that time, aliens were just legends. No one has ever seen it, so how can it be proved that it is an alien civilization? Why can't it be a small outbreak of Langsing civilization? Now, 2 consecutive visits by alien civilizations, coupled with the decryption of Atlantis civilization, have pushed other waves of mysterious civilization as the legacy of aliens to a climax. Living aliens appear on TV every day, and they once came to Langsing to participate in construction thousands of years ago. How can it be impossible for other aliens to pass by? The curiosity of these unknown civilizations in Langsing is getting stronger and stronger. Netizens soon set up their own posts on Cheohu, arguing, and they are eager to fight. In the end, it was Lan Meng who came forward, compiled various information, and sent it to Sen Fangyun, asking him to ask the octopus man if he looked familiar. Ours looked at this. Yes, I have seen it. Look at that one again. Yes, I know. A lot of unsolved mysteries passed by him, and each one was clear and obvious, and there were traces of alien civilization, combined with the time. Wow, behind every explosive and brilliant civilization of Langsing, there are shadows of aliens participating in the construction. It's just that those aliens were relatively friendly back then. After visiting Langsing, they left some "I was here" marks, or left after experiencing life for a period of time. At that time, the people of Langsing with low cognitive ability saw them flying over and flying away, and they all worshipped them as gods. In myths and legends around the world, especially in Western Europe, there are many divisions. The gods were relatively unified in the early stage, but later they split into various parts. There are many different stories about various gods, and there are even several versions, which do not seem to be a mythological system. Scholars used to think that it was a relationship of fighting for territory. Because the rulers were divided into powers, the culture would also begin to change due to the claims of the superiors. But now that we know that aliens are involved, all kinds of unreasonable mythological characters can be matched. The earliest group was the sons of Nuwa, who fought and ran to the other side of the mountain to settle down. The gods who seemed abrupt in the later period were probably aliens who came later. In short, before everyone knew it, Langsing had been riddled with aliens. I don't know why they came, and I don't know why they didn't occupy Langsing. According to ours, it was too far away from their main star, and there were no high-level resources. It was meaningless to occupy it, and it was a waste of carrying resources. It would be better to just travel. There is only one life planet in the solar system, Blue Star. When studying astronomy in the past, everyone always thought it would be great if there were other life planets. Now think about it, being lonely may not be a bad thing. Look. Even though there are so many friendly aliens, only Grow almost destroyed the thousands of years of civilization on Langsing. We still have to become stronger. Compared with the heated discussions among the people, the upper echelons of the Lion League have set their sights on their new friends. They should also leave something behind. Everyone has the responsibility to participate in the construction of Blue Star and be good aliens. Chapter 740 Honeymoon Period. Ours always thought that the Blue Star people were too ugly. They had small heads, big eyes, dense hair on their heads, short torsos, slender limbs, and short stature. They looked fragile, unlike the octopus people, whose heads were smooth and round, with delicate skin and thick tentacles. Not only were they ugly, but their brains were also small. No wonder their technology was so backward. At first, ours thought they were ugly, but he didn't take it too seriously. There were all kinds of strange species and civilizations in the interstellar space, and they had seen people uglier than the Blue Star people. In comparison, the Blue Star people were pretty good. Besides, whether they were ugly or not, in the final analysis, had nothing to do with them who were just passing by. But since Atlantis emerged from the water, the evidence that the octopus people had lived on Blue Star was in front of them. The octopus people, who didn't know what Nuwa had done, basically believed that the octopus genes in the Blue Star people came from their own kind. In this way, when they looked at the Blue Star people again, they were not as ugly as they were at the beginning. Once the filter is applied, it is difficult to remove it, just like the beauty function on the camera. The octopus people represented by ours now treat the Langsing people as if they are distant relatives with a thin blood relationship. Although they are not sure how many people on Langsing still carry their genes, it does not affect their close attitude. The offspring of their peers who have reproduced for thousands of years are actually alive in front of them. How magical is this? It is said that generations apart are close, but they are separated by dozens of generations. Because of the accident, it is particularly rare. I wanted to follow the example of my ancestors and help Langsing technology so that they can enter the new technology stage earlier. But after actually understanding it, I found that the current technological civilization of Langsing is too low end, and they can't find a suitable low end technology for a while. If they just throw out the high tech they have mastered and force it to be high end, they are afraid that like many previous civilizations, after a short period of glory, there will be a wave of productivity resurgence, which will produce a counterproductive effect. The octopus discussed for a long time, and with a responsible attitude towards Langsing, they decided not to interfere with their technological progress, but to provide support in other aspects. So later, no matter what questions Langsing raised, as long as they knew, they would tell them everything. Therefore, although Langsing has never set foot on the interstellar, it has established a very detailed interstellar knowledge base. Langmeng selected some basic information that can be published and popularized it in the live broadcast channel, which once again caused space fever. The public's curiosity about the universe has increased sharply. From the elderly to the children, they can't help but talk about aliens. The relationship between the octopus and Langsing people has become more and more harmonious in such a warm atmosphere. In Sigio City, the representatives of the main forces of Landmeng have had close contact with ours. The excitement in their hearts is not much different from landing on the moon in person. The original worries also disappeared with the deepening of contact, and the relationship between the two sides officially entered the honeymoon period. A drove the spacecraft to the sky and the sea on Langsing, across mountains and ridges, and even through magma. Langmen could not stop them, so they could only take the opportunity to gain experience and learn from their big brother. A group of researchers from 800 watched the live screen on the spaceship every day. It was the camera carried by the reception team. The advanced technology on the spaceship often gave them inspiration. For example, when passing through the mountain, the head of the spaceship was transformed into a structure similar to a shield machine, which gave many people inspiration. They ran back to draw designs and study data on the spot, and they have not come out of the customs yet. Because of the change in Defense strategy, the ugly woman no longer had to guard the world tree, and the energy between the Earth realms began to be abundant again. In the Special Affairs Office, the first batch of Supernatural Academy enrollment work officially began. As soon as the brochure was announced, all platforms and media servers exploded. It happened that each area had supernatural people from the Special Affairs Office who guarded the barrier, and they were naturally responsible for the local enrollment work. And Wu Yusen, Zuping and other special agents who had nothing to do finally got the job. They were responsible for going to various places to support and assist the person in charge to smoothly carry out the enrollment work. After all, although many supernatural people have powerful skills, their social skills are very worrying. Everything seemed good. Even the grumpy ugly woman had calmed down and was watching new dramas. But Lin Fan was worried again. The night before, he went to the restaurant for dinner and happened to meet Li Chunhua and the others. He heard them say that Song Ren's condition was not very good. After Lin Fan went back, he contacted Dr. Zhao to find out the situation. Song Ren's current condition, how to say it, it was worrying. The living water treatment had never stopped, but the effect on his recovery was no longer as significant as it was at the beginning. After Song Ren's limbs regained sensation, everyone was excited for a while and felt that hope was just around the corner. But after so much time, he had sensation all over his body, but he still couldn't move at all. It seemed that the living water only repaired his superficial nerves, but did not go deep, or had not had time to go deep. Song Ren said nothing and continued to cooperate with the treatment, but they could feel his unspoken gloom. The effect of the living water was not as good as they expected. Maybe the repair had never stopped, but the speed was too slow. At this speed, even if Song Ren could rely on it to regain mobility, when would that happen? It seemed that there was no end in sight. How long would Song Ren, who was already in his 30s, have to wait until the day when he could resume his actions? 3 to 5 years? Or 10 to 8 years? With Song Ren's current mental state, could he really hold on until then? Maybe when he was in his 40s, Song Ren would finally be able to stand up and walk on his own. But would he still be himself? Soldier King Song Ren had died in that accident. Despite this, no one said they would stop. As the only effective means for him at present, no one wanted to give up, even if the effect was minimal. Especially since this water was specially prepared by Lin Fan for Song Ren. The healing power of living water was extremely high. Apart from the ugly woman's cave, the Special Affairs Office had obtained some with the help of Jin Sichin. Song Ren's volume was so large that 800 would not have been able to touch it if it weren't for the special circumstances. Everyone seemed to know the result, but they didn't want to give up completely, holding on to the meager hope. To the result that they couldn't say, or Lin Fan tossed and turned that night, knowing that anxiety would not help, but still couldn't control his worry. Until the sky was getting light, she simply got up, washed and dressed with red eyes. Since entering the honeymoon period, perhaps to show sincerity, or for other reasons, she and Antonio were ordered not to continue wearing tight combat uniforms. Just wear daily clothes, put on the health data collection watch on your hand, and wear the monocular communication headset with the soft hat removed. Lin Fan didn't bring any clothes, so he asked the Lan Meng Logistics for a t-shirt, overalls, and sneakers. The back of the t-shirt was printed with the Lan Meng logo with H text. The arrogant cursive looked like a pattern, which made people feel good, but they couldn't understand what was written at a glance. She was not in good condition, so she wore a baseball cap to cover her face, so that no one would notice. But how could Oz, who would focus his eyes on the two mechas every day, not notice it? Although their eyes were small, their vision was surprisingly good. "What's wrong with you?" Oz asked with concern. "If you have any difficulties, tell us, maybe we can help you." Lin Fan looked up suddenly, and his heart was pounding in an instant. Yes, even if Fan Crossing's medical technology can't solve it, it doesn't mean that the Octopus Man can't solve it. Why didn't I think of it earlier? She was hopeful and excited about Song Ren's situation, and finally asked carefully, "Can your technology help him regain normal mobility?" Als blinked, took out the familiar black box from his mouth, and seemed to be searching. Lin Fan waited anxiously, and didn't know how long it had been, and finally heard the answer he had been thinking about. "Yes. Al said. Song Ren is still lying in bed. Have you all forgotten about him? Here it comes. Chapter 741. A good cook cannot cook without rice. The octopus are not only in a high civilization dimension, but also highly intelligent creatures. After all, the whole body is a brain. Who can be smarter than them? Even the youngest Ibutu, if he performs the most difficult surgery on Langsing, he can open two at the same time and complete it beautifully. Those dozen large tentacles full of brains are not in vain. Theoretically, Song Ren's nerve problems should be a piece of cake in their eyes. However, as mentioned before, the essence of the octopus is a spiritual energy body. Their bodies can be freely converted into energy forms, and one of the characteristics of the octopus body is that it can regenerate broken limbs. Lin Fan was severely injured several times and healed quickly because of this genetic trait. Therefore, the demand for medical care in their own group is not that strong. In addition, after fusing with the companion stone, the physical resistance of the defiant state is extremely high, and the chance of injury is rare. And even if injured, the wound can heal quickly with the advantage of genes. In the case of a large area of severe damage that is difficult to heal quickly, you can also use the energy of others to supplement yourself, which is equivalent to a biological transplant. If it doesn't work, you die. It may be that highly intelligent creatures are well informed and open-minded, and they don't care about life and death as much as the Langsing people. Unless they are really harmed by others, the octopus will pursue their revenge thousands of miles away. If they choose to die, they will only respect their own choice. This is why, during the Atlantis period, so many octopus died on Langsing, but they had no intention of pursuing them. Because they knew that with the ability of the Langsing people at that time, it was impossible for them to do anything to the armed octopus. The reason they died was either because of natural death due to exhaustion of energy, or they chose to die. Although there was some involvement of the Langsing people, being influenced by the lower civilization was a manifestation of low energy, which was equivalent to being polluted to a certain extent. Choosing to end one's life was difficult to accept in terms of self-esteem, and on the other hand, it was also to protect others. They respected every choice of adults, and naturally they would not vent their anger on the Langsing people. In short, their tribe did not have many opportunities to need severe medical treatment, because they did not need it themselves. Although they had mastered a lot of advanced medical knowledge from other civilizations, they did not specially prepare relevant equipment on the spacecraft. At first, there was no medical cabin on the spacecraft. It was just that during the exploration in the early years, a ship picked up an escape capsule. It was unknown where the escape capsule was ejected, and it was unknown how long it had drifted in space. After they picked up the capsule and returned it to the spacecraft, they found that the people inside were in a state of cryogenic hibernation, and the oxygen in the cabin was almost exhausted. In order to determine whether the person was still alive, the octopus people, who had little practical experience, immediately started the resuscitation procedure at the beginning of the journey. The person woke up, but the wound that was originally frozen by low temperature began to bleed. In the end, before they landed on the next planet to seek medical treatment, the person died. This incident taught them a lesson, and later an emergency medical cabin was set up on each spacecraft to prepare for such emergency rescue situations. This medical cabin is similar to the emergency room of Langsing Hospital. It can stop bleeding urgently, stabilize the state of the injured, and control their body functions so that they can persist intact until entering the next planet for systematic medical treatment. This kind of field rescue is rare. It has been used occasionally a few times, which can be regarded as a complete interstellar basic principle: do not stand by when there is no rescue. Because no one knows when they will fall into such a desperate situation, so helping others is helping yourself. This is a bit far-fetched. In short, Als and his team have the technology, but no equipment. Even if they met Song Ren when he was just injured, they could only stop the bleeding quickly and heal the wound. But if they did not cooperate with professional equipment, the knowledgeable octopus man would be helpless. Nerves have always been the most magical area of the human body. Although the octopus people have a thorough understanding of nerves, they are other species, not including the Langsing people. And now, in Langsing where there is nothing, even the most powerful people can only be a good cook without rice. No tools. Antonio came and learned about Song Ren's situation. Although he didn't know him, he was a little worried. He thought of Lin Fan's appearance when he was blown to pieces. Fortunately, his nerves were not injured. No, they may be injured, but they have the ability to heal themselves. Is there nothing that can be used? Sen Fangyuan frowned. In recent years, Langsing's medical care has developed rapidly, and many difficult and complicated diseases have been overcome, which makes people extremely happy. What about robotic surgery, non-invasive surgery, etc.? Even Lin Fan, who doesn't pay much attention to the dynamics in this area, knows that medical technology is booming. But the octopus man said it was not possible. Well, Song Ren's situation actually illustrates the problem very well. But he still feels that such a long-term effort was rejected so lightly. Although he knows that the two are standing at different heights, he still feels indescribably depressed. What they think is rapid development is actually not worth mentioning in the eyes of advanced civilizations. Then what can you say? Lin Fan didn't have so much time to think about other things. She just wanted to know how to save Song Ren. For now, the simplest way is to give him the ability to heal himself. Ours answered seriously. With your Langsing's technology, it is not possible to master the knowledge related to nerves perfectly overnight, so we can only take shortcuts. How can it be so easy to master a technology, let alone the expansion of theoretical knowledge? Even if you know it, it takes time to practice it. Don't you see that the doctors in the hospital have evolved from novices to big guys after performing hundreds of operations? Even the removal of the appendix is like this, not to mention the top-level nerve repair surgery. It is said that the repair is like filling a tooth, and there is no trace at all. But the self-healing ability. Lin Fan looked at Antonio, then at Sen Fangyuan. Don't you have to have your genes? Song Ren, he doesn't have it, right? 800 had tried to let Song Ren paste his blood on 112 before, trying to fuse it, but it didn't work. According to Lin Fan's previous mutation pattern, plus the explanation of the octopus man a few days ago, either Song Ren doesn't have the octopus gene, or 112 is not the companion stone. Just having genes won't work. Your genes can't achieve the function of rapid healing. Al shook several tentacles, as if he was happy, if it wasn't for the chance to fuse with the companion stone, activating our genes, and as the fusion of the companion stone deepened, the genes were repaired and optimized, and it would be difficult for you to have this characteristic. In other words, just having that little bit of genes is not enough, and the companion stone must be fused to activate the relevant abilities of the octopus man in the genes. So what should we do now? Antonio asked. Are we going to test that person's genes? If he has them, we can also give him a companion stone to fuse with so that he can have the ability to heal himself and repair his nerves. Sen Fangyuan silently pricked up his ears. Lin Fan stared at us with a sharp gaze. Well, that's a way. Ours replied with blinking eyes. At this time, Lin Fan really wanted to pull the octopus man's mouth to her face so that she could feel exactly what emotional state they were in when they spoke and whether what they said was true or false. What if there is none? Sen Fangyuan swallowed and asked. If they did not recognize 112 wrongly, then Song Ren had a 50% chance of not having the gene. Don't be afraid, if he doesn't have it. Ibuta also shook the front few tentacles. We can give him an external patch to replace his original central nervous function, and it also has much more genes than your own body. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742 External Organism. External Patch. Not only did the four people present stare in amazement, but the people in the Line Alliance control room also didn't understand. Yes, ALS took over the conversation. It means artificially inserting an organism carrying the octopus gene into the body of the Langsing people as a patch, connecting to the brain, replacing the paralyzed nervous system, and becoming the new center to control the body. Such an organism is formed by extracting our own energy, so the gene content is naturally high. Before Lin Fan understood what it meant, there was a buzz in the control room. If it can be operated in this way, then can't we artificially create people with octopus genes? If the companion stone is integrated, the number of biological armored people on Langsing will become controllable. If we can reach a deal with the octopus people on the later stage, many people became active. How does it work specifically? Will your genes be integrated into the existing food chain of the Langsing people? If the gene content of the organism is so high, will it have an impact on the original genes of the Langsing people and cause the gene chain to collapse? Sen Fangyuan naturally thought of these things and asked with the surging in his heart. Human nerves are very delicate and complex systems. It is not that simple to replace them. Moreover, the genes of the Langsing people have become stable after thousands of years of evolution. Now, if we suddenly add a large number of other genes to the mature and stable gene chain, will it directly destroy the stable structure and subvert the original complete and stable state? It is very dangerous, no matter how you think about it. It is not like plant grafting, cutting a branch, cutting a hole in the main body, and inserting it to grow together. This is a human. Lions and tigers cannot produce healthy and surviving offspring, which is the so-called genetic isolation barrier, not to mention that this is a pure octopus gene body placed in the Langsing people. In the case of Lin Fan and others, it should be that Nuwa has been operating the fusion gene since the cell, which may be easier. Of course, it must involve advanced technology such as ratio or something else. In recent years, haven't news reports often mentioned genetic defects? Simply put, some ratios are less, resulting in regrets in the body. Song Ren is an adult in his 30s. How can he add high purity genes from other species to his mature and healthy gene chain? It can't be injected with a syringe, right? There will definitely be rejection, right? How dangerous is it? When the Langsing people give blood transfusions, if the blood type is not right, something bad will happen, not to mention other things injected. Antonio explained to Lin Fan in a low voice, which made Lin Fan shocked and scared. What should we do? If the risk is so great, Song Ren. The operation is not complicated. We extract energy and aggregate it into a small organism, which fits the wound of the injured. Then the extended nerves in this organism will expand along the original nerve pathways and connect to the brain, which can replace the original central nervous system activity. Yu Langsing has a connection with us. The risk is not great in theory, but we haven't tried it on the Langsing people, so it's not clear yet. Other species have successes and failures, and the probability is close to 40% to 60%. Al rubbed his hands. If you agree, it can be used as an observation sample, and we can also see how our organism matches the Langsing genes. When Lin Fan heard this, his uneasy heart suddenly turned cold. Can I ask what that organism looks like? Antonio's expression was a bit hard to describe. If the match is successful, will it be affected by your control in the later stage? In addition to energy, the octopus man's body is also full of nerves and spiritual bodies. What if the patch carries their consciousness and controls people? Wouldn't it become a puppet? If they are put on a mecha? Oh my god. What it looks like. Ibuta quickly took out a small black box from the back and threw it into the air, probably like this. It was a blue-gray thing that looked like stretched leather, a bit like a headless squid, and a bit like a bat's wing. There was a row of bulges in the middle, a bit like the shape of a spine, and a circle of several sharp and thin things that were not sure whether they were tentacles or whiskers. Lin Fan couldn't see anything, but he felt that the thing was as slippery as octopus skin and a little creepy. Antonio fell backwards and almost fell under the chair. What's wrong? Lin Fan quickly pulled him up. Have you seen Alien? Antonio's voice was a little trembling. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. Lin Fan replied. Should I find it and watch it? Don't watch it. Antonio held Lin Fan's hand tightly and solemnly warned. If you haven't seen it, don't watch it. Believe me. Lin Fan looked at the empty projection and nodded solemnly. Compared with Lin Fan's ignorance, it is difficult for people who have seen the movie not to be moved. Isn't the externalization of this organism the genetic invasion in the movie? In the end, the Langsing people couldn't snatch the brutal alien genes, and there were too many scenes of disembowelment, which made many people who have seen the movie remember it vividly. It can be said to be the most classic horror scene in horror movies. Although this series of movies are all products of science fiction, it is impossible for anyone who has seen the movie not to think too much when seeing an octopus-like organism with their own eyes. Could it be that they are under the guise of civilization and want to use such means to quietly carry out genetic snatching? You can't blame the people of the Lan Alliance for thinking too much. Just now, I don't know how many people thought about using the genetic convenience of being able to integrate the companion stone to create more mechas for Langsing. But if this is the method, should they be more cautious? After all, according to the description in the movie, the destructive power of an alien species is very strong, not to mention that they want to use mechas. This matter, let's take a long-term view. The people who were so excited just now seemed to be collectively poured with ice water, and they were all as quiet as chickens. The patch itself is a simple energy organism, without consciousness nerves. Al saw that the expressions of the few people in front of him were not good, and he probably guessed their concerns. Consciousness is the foundation of us octopus people. It is very precious, and will not be given away casually, and naturally it will not be wasted on Langsing. Organisms without consciousness are, according to your understanding, brainless organisms. Compared with the medical materials such as titanium, alloy bones and electric pulse pacemakers that you often use, the difference is that they are alive. Although the explanation was given, it did not comfort the responsible person sitting around the conference table. After all, they are used to conspiracy theories and look at everything with a skeptical attitude. What if the octopus man deceives them? Isn't it still a guess? Anyway, they don't know. Compared with the bosses who were repetitive, Lin Fan was caught in a dilemma. Looking at the serious faces of Antonio and Sen Fangyon, and the quiet empty ears in the headphones, she vaguely felt that this life-saving straw seemed inappropriate. And it has never been tried on the Langsing people, which means that Song Ren will be used as a test subject. Success is fine, but if it fails, it is likely to be dead. Although Song Ren can't move now, at least he is still alive, right? To gamble on unknown possibilities for his recovery, isn't it? Not appropriate. But now, this plan has been presented, and there is no opposition from the Lan Meng, as if they want to wait and see. Did she harm Song Ren? Lin Fan began to blame herself again. She is like this. Whenever she encounters something, she is particularly prone to self-criticism at the first time. This is a manifestation of inferiority, and it has not been completely corrected until now. What's more, this time, it was indeed her who started it, although it was out of good intentions. Hey. Antonio rubbed her shoulder. He knew Lin Fan well. When he saw her bitter face, he knew that she was in an inexplicable mood again. Don't think too much. This is not your responsibility. Lin Fan licked her lips and opened her mouth but couldn't speak. Shouldn't we ask the person concerned what he thinks? Antonio put his arm around her shoulders. This is his life. No one has the right to make decisions beyond his control. We should listen to the opinions of the person concerned, right? Yes, yes. Sen Fangyon also saw that Lin Fan was wrong and advised with a smile. You are kind and helped Song Ren find a solution. We should ask him personally whether to implement it or not. Song Ren's decision, success or failure, and the consequences naturally have nothing to do with Lin Fan, and she doesn't need to bear the psychological pressure of other people's lives. Lin Fan actually knew that after she brought up this matter, it would not be easily let go. It was not as simple as they said. She just opened her mouth to defend herself when she heard the order coming from the headset. Sure enough, it was to notify Song Ren and let him decide for himself. Regardless of whether to place an external organism or not, Song Ren's gene test was inevitable. Ours contacted AE to come to Sigio City to pick them up and go to 800 together. The testing equipment and the biological culture chamber are all on the spaceship. If the ship is not there, it is useless for them to go. AE has already searched Langsing thoroughly. He is currently on vacation in Jialangjia Forest under the name of observing the ecosystem. There are abundant green plants, birds singing and flowers blooming, and the scenery is pleasant. He even learned to fish in deep pools under Mijao's guidance, and his achievements are remarkable. The other member of the reception team always gets nothing. In contrast to the two of them, he looks more like an alien. After receiving Ars's message, AE, who was enjoying himself, took the two Lansing people who were accompanying him to pick them up by boat without saying a word. Originally, the landmen had concerns about their spaceship, fearing that Lin Fan and Antonio would not be able to get off after getting on. But the relationship has been really sweet recently, and with the female clown covering the barrier outside, it is not easy for the ship to get out. Even if there is a chance, the female clown can knock the spaceship down with a little effort. The two Mecha men carry the energy of the World Tree, which is the least dangerous, so there are no more concerns. The spaceship dropped off a person in Sigio City and flew to 800 with Mijiro, Senfangion, Lin Fan, Antonio and the staff of the Special Affairs Office who were responsible for the barrier. At this time, the news had already reached 800. Song Ren's gloomy eyes were disturbed. What do you think Song Ren would choose? Chapter 743 Bad Signal. Seeing Song Ren again, Lin Fan almost didn't recognize him. His hair had grown longer, his face was no longer tight, his skin seemed to be swelled up a bit, but there were obvious depressions on both sides of his cheeks. His green beard and his black eyes like dead water were telling people that he was in a very bad situation. He was Song Ren, but he was not Song Ren. Song Ren had never raised his eyes since they came in. Neither the huge octopus man nor Lin Fan could attract his attention. He leaned on the raised bed, looking down at his chest, as if there was something in that empty place that really attracted him. Lin Fan's nose was sour, and her eyes were fixed on Song Ren's face and couldn't leave. She could understand his feelings. The kind of life is worse than death. Living a bad life, but not being able to die. Taking one step at a time, and letting it go. Just like herself back then. When Lin Fan saw Song Ren for the first time, she felt that he was confident and shining, and he was full of vigor and vitality. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a child of destiny, but she was lower than the dust at that time, so she had to raise her head high and look up. Who would have thought that he would be so depressed? Lin Fan knew clearly how terrible it felt, but the clearer he knew, the sadder he felt. That dazzling Song Ren should not have ended up like this. The spaceship landed on the dedicated apron of the flight base, and countless pilots and technicians watched from the outside. Especially those researchers, whose bodies were weak and easy to be pushed down, but whose fanatical eyes almost swallowed up the octopus man. Lin Fan glanced over, and saw many familiar people. Cui Yan was the first to bear the brunt. This person has always been cold, even when seeing aliens. He still had a dead face, and he did not hesitate to extend his hand, as if the person in front of him was just an ordinary Lansing person. Even though Lin Fan was not so cold to Cui Yan, he still recognized his courage. Without much greeting, Cui Yan took people directly to the special ward of the medical department. It was only at this time that Lin Fan learned about Song Ren's agreement. Whether this decision was made by his own will, or under external pressure, or he wanted to reflect his own surplus value, and devote himself to the experiment, Lin Fan did not know, and he had no chance to explore. The group hurried into Song Ren's ward. The originally spacious ward suddenly seemed cramped after 3 big octopuses squeezed into it. The octopus man obviously didn't like such a crowd. After seeing Song Ren's condition, Oz and Ibuta left the ward, leaving only Yi in the ward to operate. Lin Fan followed Oz and left. Before leaving the ward, he couldn't help but look back. Song Ren was still motionless, as if she was no different from the others. She remembered that she was still on a mission, and quickly turned her attention back, putting aside the complicated thoughts, and pretending to be calm, but her tightly pursed lips still revealed her heavy heart. Oz and Ibutu didn't pay attention to Song Ren. After coming out of the ward, they showed great interest in 800. They thought that the flight base was also part of 800. After finishing their business, they wanted to go and see the ancient aircraft. In their eyes, the most advanced aircraft on Lansing were all ancient aircraft. Cui Yan's face remained unchanged. He walked in front of Senfangion and led everyone to the flight base. They would not explain that there were 2 departments, and even if they did, the aliens would not care. In their eyes, the organization on Lansing was not as interesting as the fish in the pond. The flight base had received the order long ago, and there were pilots and maintenance technicians standing upright in front of the neatly arranged fighter planes. The small fighter planes were like newborn babies in front of the alien large spaceship in the middle of the apron, but the upright military formation in front of them still added a lot of points to Langsing. When Lin Fan saw them, she couldn't help but think of Song Ren again, and the sad mood just came up, but she suppressed it. She raised her eyes and looked at the fighter planes. During the flight training in Xinjiang, she had passed by most of the fighter planes here countless times in the air, so she was familiar with their models and speeds. But that was all, and she couldn't say more. Cui Yan was brave and kept pulling Arz's tentacles. Sen Fangyuan and Lin Fan also pulled one each when they needed to communicate. Ibutu had one hand hanging on Arz and one on Antonio. The man from the Special Affairs Office followed behind silently. He didn't care what the alien said. He only focused on the reactions of Lin Fan and Sen Fangyuan. He held the barrier magic tool in his hand and kept stroking it gently, like playing with a favorite toy. Because of Cui Yan's joining, after entering 800, Lin Fan and Antonio's mouths could finally rest. Cui Yan was responsible for the explanation, and Sen Fangyuan quietly translated Arz's answer to himself. Cui Yan didn't know much about fighter planes, but the technicians of fighter planes were in front, so he only needed to organize the language and succinctly relay it. Arz and Ibuta may not have seen such a low performance ancient aircraft for a long time. At first, they were still interested, but after understanding some data, they felt that they were similar and their interest decreased greatly. Cui Yan felt it keenly and led people directly to 800. What can be good in 800? There are not many buildings above ground, and there are high-tech contents underground, but can those be taken to aliens to see? Unexpectedly, Cui Yan really took them into the underground entrance. Lin Fan was stunned, and he didn't react until the elevator went down. No. Although he is not so defensive against these octopuses now, is it really the case that he can expose his true colors to them? Are they really not afraid that the octopus people will expose their true colors? Or are they betting on something again? Moreover, Lin Fan glanced at Antonio, who was obviously very interested behind him. Is it really okay for him to go down with him? Back then, John Woo had to go through many tests to come down, and he couldn't get in without special qualifications. Antonio is still suspected of being an enemy spy, and he was just let in. Not to mention that there are live broadcast cameras on Sen Fangyuan's tie and their eyepieces. If they go down, isn't it equivalent to showing the highest technology of each country to the world? Is there some strategy coming up from above? Lin Fan looked at the calm faces of Sen Fangyuan and Cui Yan, and suddenly felt relieved. The tall people are all here. Why is she worrying about it? The elevator door opened again, and the passage to the 800 underground laboratory, where the highest technology of each country is located, slowly appeared, and the large screen in front of the Landmen conference room suddenly went black. What's going on? The representative of another force who was about to explore the technological strength of each country shouted loudly, "Where is the image? Why is it all black?" The technician quickly switched the screen. A has returned to the spaceship and is doing genetic testing. Although he couldn't understand it, Mijao's camera was following him. Only the perspectives of Sen Fangyuan and the two Mecha men were black, and the other two octopuses only had these three perspectives. Maybe it's too deep underground, the signal is not good, and it's broken. The person in charge of each country brushed his sleeves and spoke lightly. The person asking the question was speechless. What kind of a lousy reason is this? Who would believe it? Aoi snorted coldly, knowing that each country would not be so honest. He was still talking. How could he be so generous? It turned out to be waiting here. Don't worry, everyone. I have already ordered the people below to repair it. I think it will be restored soon. The person in charge said insincerely. Let's look at IE's perspective first. The genetic test should be out soon. We will look at other lines after they are restored. Everyone present looked at me, and I looked at you. We are all smart people. We know that country H does not allow us to watch it. No matter how unhappy we are, we have to check our own strength. Never mind, just think that the signal is bad. The unhappiness of these people will not affect 800. After entering the underground fortress, Als felt that it was rare to feel comfortable. It's nothing else. The space here is large. I didn't expect that the large space setup for large machinery would be praised by the aliens in the end. Cui Yan led them to visit several projects. Lin Fan didn't know if it was a key protection project, but from the reactions of Als and Ibutu, it seemed that they were not like the fighter planes, and they soon got bored. Cui Yan chose the following introduction projects, based on the reactions of the aliens. Most of them were related to aerospace technology, and he also had the intention of asking them for advice, but Als asked a lot, but didn't say anything. When the Mecha was introduced, Lin Fan thought he was going to Pangu Cave, but unexpectedly, Cui Yan brought people to 623. As soon as the large and heavy door opened, the 3D projection of the stars was right in the middle. Ibutu, who had just felt a little bored, immediately took a few steps forward. When Cui Yan saw it, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 744 Generation. Song Ren naturally does not carry the genes of the octopus people. After Oz and the others returned to the spaceship, they were not surprised to receive this news. So what are you testing now? Ibutu leaned forward. Genetic testing is a very simple test item. From the time they left to the time they came back, monitoring a few hundred times would be enough. A must have been fiddling with other things. Oh, I don't know when you will come back, so I did the gene fusion test and compared the genetic maps of the three of them. A clicked on the airdrop in front of the Langsing people. The data floating in the air was completely incomprehensible to the Langsing people. What is the result? Ibutu asked. The fusion test currently does not seem to have produced rejection, and the stability should be relatively high. A stretched out a hand to Ibutu, and after learning about their experience after separation, he replied, "It's a map comparison, you can see for yourself." Sen Fangyuan didn't understand, so he naturally asked us in a good voice, and he got the answer easily. This is an analysis and comparison of the genes of Lin Fan, Antonio, and Song Ren. Most of the sequences have the same rules, which should be the original genes of the Langsing people. Among the remaining trace genes, the octopus genes only account for a part. What does this mean? Lin Fan asked without understanding. That is to say, your genes are mixed with many kinds of genes, and after the change of time, most of them are very thin and recessive, and it is difficult to measure what race those genes come from. Ibutu replied quickly. If we don't have a thorough understanding of our own genes, we may not be able to tell the difference with such a thin inheritance like yours. It must be Nuwa who did it. Several people from country H agreed in their hearts, but Lin Fan's focus was not here, so he asked again. Then does a high degree of fusion mean that when Song Ren is placed in a biological body, it can be well integrated, and there is no danger? What she was most worried about was Song Ren's life safety. As for the rest, as long as he is alive, it can't be worse than it is now, right? That's the theory. A turned around, but without real practice, no one dares to make a 100% guarantee. We can only say that it is safe with a high probability if there are no unexpected circumstances. Lin Fan's heart was relieved and lifted again, and after thinking about it, he felt that he was too nervous. On Langsing, if you don't pay attention when walking, you can fall and die. If you sneeze, your jaw can be dislocated. This kind of low probability event does exist, but you don't see people not walking or sneezing. Song Ren must not be that unlucky. She looked up at the sky to search for the fusion data. Although she couldn't understand it, she felt more confident. Then the only way now is to put on the patch. Oz said after reading the data, "You have heard that the risk still exists. We cannot guarantee that the patient will fully adapt. If stress occurs in the middle of the process, even if the patch is removed, the mutations in the body will still have serious consequences, and death cannot be ruled out in the worst case. Although they don't care about life and death, they will not ignore life." Yes, the patient has already known it, and agreed to all rescue measures at the greatest cost of losing his life. Cui Yan answered without thinking. The speed was so fast that Lin Fan couldn't help but blame him, even though she knew it was Song Ren's own decision. Cui Yan seemed to be really emotionless. Compared with Song Ren's body and life, he seemed to care more about whether the result of the patch fusion was successful. You say he is bad, but it seems not. In many cases, he is quite capable, but Lin Fan may lack love. The friends she has been with in recent years have all been very caring towards her, so she can't like someone as cold as Cui Yan from the bottom of her heart, even though she knows rationally that he is not wrong. Since the decision has been made, the octopus man has no habit of procrastination and immediately began to work on the manufacture of the organism. They did not drive them away, and the Langsing people stood aside obediently waiting to learn something. The group crossed the corridor and came to a special room. Unlike other places with smooth walls and a full sense of technology, there are many large and small panel instruments, as well as several oval egg-shaped containers, which reminded Lin Fan of the medical sleeping cabin in the shuttle. Is this the medical room they are talking about? Lin Fan was secretly guessing, but unexpectedly the octopus man suddenly quarreled. Ibuta waved almost all of his tentacles and shook Antonio's hands away, as if protesting. A stood next to a small instrument and clicked back and forth. Oz was unmoved by Ibuta and did not speak. Ibuta kept arguing, and then he became silent. Oz then extended his tentacle, lightly touched Ibuta's head, and then walked towards Yi. What's going on? Lin Fan quietly moved to Antonio's side and asked. Now, except when they are talking, they will not hold the tentacles all the time. The octopus people don't mind being annoying, but they can't stand the sweat on their hands. It's unknown when this way of communication will end. So when the dispute occurred, only Cui Yan kept holding us. Lin Fan didn't want to ask Cui Yan, but fortunately, Antonio, who was fascinated by aliens, and Ibuta were always close to each other, and they were good friends. He was holding on just now, so it would be the same if he asked him. Antonio first grabbed Ibuta's hand and comforted him before answering. This kid wanted to generate organisms, but Oz said he was too young and wouldn't let him, so he made a scene. He said he was young and couldn't make any contribution, blah blah blah. Young? Lin Fan looked at Ibuta in surprise. How young? These octopus people are all about the same size. Usually, Ibuta seems to be more lively and has a sharper voice, but young? A 2.5 meter tall guy, it's really hard to associate him with being young. It seems that he came out with them just after he became an adult. Antonio scratched his chin. Don't just look at his size. According to our age here, he is only 18 or 19 years old. Lin Fan looked at Ibuta's big head again, and he seemed a little aggrieved. If you count it that way, he is indeed quite small. Over there, Oz had already extended a tentacle into a small machine. Ibuta didn't care about being unhappy and hurried forward, and the Langsing people also approached. AE ignored them and started the program. Lin Fan watched as the transparent box next to where Elsa's hand was inserted slowly produced blue smoke from nothing, and then gradually took shape. Light white stars wandered in it, and after building veins, the erratic energy gradually condensed and turned into the color of grayish-white octopus skin. Is this it? Cui Yan stared at the organism that was not even as big as his palm. It was hard to believe that this thing could replace the human nervous system and let Song Ren stand up. Yes, this is it. Als pulled his hand out. Lin Fan noticed that his tentacle was missing a section. The tip of the tentacle was gone, and the round and bald soft flesh was obviously different from other tentacles. At least the length of the suction cup was missing. This. She looked at the organism in the transparent glass again. Isn't this the patch made by cutting Elsa's hand? Shocked and moved in her heart, thinking about her constant defense against them, Lin Fan felt very complicated. It's okay, it will grow back. Al sensed Lin Fan's emotions, stretched out a tentacle, and gently stroked her head. Ibuta was also the one being comforted and rubbed on the head. He hugged Az's severed hand and rubbed it gently. It will hurt, no matter how long it grows. The others also quickly realized how this organism was produced. If every organism needs to be operated by the octopus man in this way, then the plan of those people in the Land League will not be so easy. Sen Fangyuan lowered his eyes and thought secretly. Cui Yan's eyes turned around twice on Az's tentacle touching Lin Fan's head, and he quickly lowered his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 745 begins. Since the organisms have been made, it is better to put them into practice sooner rather than later. The group walked to Song Ren's ward in the afterglow of the sunset. Song Ren was eating, and Zhang Zhaoji was feeding him. Earlier Lin Fan and the aliens went to 623, and the people in their group were so excited that they were at a loss. After several months of construction, several new mechas have taken shape. I don't know if it's because of the stars, but the aliens are very interested in their mechas, and they asked a lot of engineering structures and material processing methods. They naturally told us everything they knew. Wang Li even asked directly about the method of optimizing power. I thought it would be the same as before, and I couldn't get an answer. Who knew that the octopus man actually replied? Not only did he answer the plan to optimize the power device, but he also made suggestions on materials. They were happy, but after thinking about it carefully, they found that it was completely impossible to implement. It's like explaining advanced mathematics to elementary school students. We don't understand at all. Zhang Zhaoji put the bowl aside and ruffled his hair in frustration. Such a good opportunity is wasted. Ke Wenbin can understand some of that, but he doesn't have all the materials. Look, he ran to check Gro's inventory overnight. Zhang Zhaoji didn't care that Song Ren ignored him. He kept talking to him as if he was fine and chatting with him as usual. In the past few months, they have been like this. Whenever they are free, they take turns to take care of Song Ren. There is not much to do, just feed him, talk about current affairs, and don't let Song Ren really feel abandoned because of his physical condition. Fortunately, although Song Ren was not in good condition, he did not torture people. He was quite cooperative when feeding and taking medicine. It was just his condition. You didn't see it. Those octopus people were speechless. They looked at us as if we were mentally retarded. Zhang Zhaoji picked up the bowl again, picked up a few dishes, and put them in the spoon, and scooped a mouthful of rice to Song Ren's mouth. You are kidding. The IQ of us, not to say the first in the world, at least it ranks among the top, right? But think about it, they are full of brains. You can't help but admit it. Zhang Zhaoji muttered to himself, if we also have brains all over our bodies, we can't compare, they are bigger. When Lin Fan and the others came in, they saw Zhang Zhaoji digging rice with a look of disappointment. Seeing them come in, he was happy at first, but then he thought of something, looked at Song Ren, and stood up. What are you doing? No genes were detected, and now we are implementing Plan B. Cui Yan briefly explained the situation. The people in 623 were all aware of it. Then my meal. Zhang Zhaoji looked at the half-fed meal in his hand, and then looked at Song Ren who seemed to be moved, and his heart suddenly lifted. This separation may be forever. Cui Yan held Oz's hand, and exchanged a few words, then turned to Zhang Zhaoji and said, no need to feed him. The situation may be intense later, and the food may be vomited. You go out first. Zhang Zhaoji's hand trembled, and the spoon hit the edge of the bowl with a clang. He quickly glanced at Song Ren, who was originally lifeless, but now he began to live. He slowly raised his eyelids, and glanced at the people at the door. Maybe I can help if I stay. You need help, right? Zhang Zhaoji's voice trembled. What does intense mean? Is it what he thought it meant? The words just came out of his mouth. Cui Yan glanced at him coldly, and when Zhang Zhaoji thought he would not agree, he said, okay. Zhang Zhaoji breathed a sigh of relief. I'll send the bowl out first and come back. He rushed out in a hurry, and his body didn't stop even when it bumped against the door, in order to avoid several people. Can we start? Cui Yan asked. He seemed to be more anxious than anyone else, and didn't want to waste a minute. He walked to the bedside, and took out a transparent box from his mouth. When Lin Fan saw the grey-white squirming organism inside, he felt depressed and uncomfortable. He could no longer care about ours, and was completely occupied by worry. Do you want to leave first? Sen Fangyuan asked Lin Fan in a low voice. Several people were standing very close, and they all heard it and looked over. No need. Lin Fan wiped the sweat from her palms on her clothes, and looked back at Sen Fangyuan firmly. When I was in the most difficult time, Song Ren was always with me. When Song Ren was in the most difficult time, I couldn't always be with him. Now, I can't let him face it alone. After she finished speaking, she ignored everyone else, and walked straight to the bedside, avoiding Song Ren's gaze, and fished out his hand from under the quilt, and held it tightly. Song Ren's hand was dry but warm, much hotter than Lin Fan's sweaty and cold hand. Lin Fan thought that he used such a warm palm to pull her out of the haze. Tears were about to flow out again, and she didn't dare to raise her head and simply looked at Ae. Come on, what should we do? Ae looked at Lin Fan for a few seconds, so long that Lin Fan thought he saw through his emotions, and then he let out a wail cry. Oops, I forgot to put my hand in. Lin Fan was about to put his hand in, but Antonio came over and put his hand on Ae's tentacle one step faster than her. I'll do it. I'll do it. You just need to support the injured. I'll be the translator. Something touched his shoulder. Lin Fan turned around. It was Al's tentacle. Don't worry too much. I heard that this guy was very strong before. You have to have confidence in him. Yeah. Lin Fan didn't dare to speak. I'm coming. I'm coming. Zhang Zhaoji rushed in from the door, panting. What do you want me to do? The three octopus people have been connected together and have also established a connection with the people in the room, which is equivalent to establishing a small local area network, which can communicate directly through the spirit without conversion. Als is behind Lin Fan, and Cui Yan is standing next to Lin Fan. Cui Yan went over, Sen Fang Yuan stood at the foot of the bed, next to Mi Jiao, and behind them was Ibu too. Zhang Zhaoji and Antonio stood on the other side, and Ae stood behind them. The personnel of the Special Affairs Office were guarding the door with their hands on the magic tools in their pockets. Many doctors outside the door came after hearing the news, but they also knew that the situation was special, so they kept quiet and did not dare to speak. At Ae's command, Antonio, Zhang Zhaoji, Sen Fang Yuan and Cui Yan turned Song Ren over, with his back facing up. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, holding his hand all the time, and carefully helped him straighten the turned up corners of his clothes. Song Ren. Cui Yan conveyed the precautions he heard from Mars. I'll place a living organism on your wound in a moment. Once the organism is attached, the tentacles will automatically probe into your body, look for nerve pathways to connect to, and extend inside to the end, thereby replacing your original nerves. You may not feel much at first, but after the nerves are connected to the brain, your nerve pathways are theoretically restored, so when the organism is passing through the nerves, you may feel extreme pain. This is the process of replacing nerves. How you want to recover in the future depends on the extent of the nerve replacement of this organism. In other words, the longer you persist, and the more nerves are replaced, the more flexible you will be after completion. On the contrary, walking, sitting, and lying down should not be a problem, but you will only be an ordinary person in the future. You can vent the pain as much as you want, and we will do our best to suppress it, but we will not calm you down, because that will affect your nerve perception ability, and will not be conducive to recovery. How you go in the future is up to you. After Cui Yan finished speaking, he paused and continued. Song Ren, I know you have been unwilling to give up. This is your chance. If you seize it, you can not only recover as before, but also go to a higher level. After the organism is successfully repaired, they also intend to try whether the companion stone can be used on the external organism to convert people. Do you know what this means? Lin Fan heard that Song Ren's breathing seemed to become heavier. No one can say what will happen in the future, but now the opportunity is at your fingertips. If you don't succeed, you will die. Lin Fan has spent a lot of effort to snatch the opportunity for you twice. You must be aware of it. Do you understand? Cui Yan shouted. I understand. Song Ren, who had not spoken for a long time, had a hoarse voice. His voice was hoarse and his breath was unstable, but he still revealed his unyielding determination. Do you have anything else to say? If not, get ready to start. Cui Yan quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and his tone was much softer. Give me a towel. Song Ren panted. Put it in my mouth. Zhang Zhaoji quickly took a dry towel from the cabinet and stuffed it into Song Ren's mouth. Captain Song, be careful. Hold on. Good days are ahead. Antonio helped him raise his head and then carefully turned his head towards him. If you want to vomit, vomit. If you want to scream, scream. Don't think too much. Song Ren couldn't move and drooped his eyelids to express his gratitude. Everything was ready. Lin Fan pulled open the back of Song Ren's collar, revealing the healed wound. Ae rolled up his long tentacles and covered the organism. Everything seemed to be in slow motion, and it seemed to happen in an instant. As soon as the organism touched the skin, it immediately covered it. The tentacles that had been rotten all shook up and pierced into the flesh like lightning, leaving only the ends connected to the body. The originally smooth surface of the body began to deform with the ridges, as if the section of the spine had really floated up. Just when everyone thought the bone was going to pierce through the organism, it deflated again. There were strands of things rolling and surging on the surface, moving into Song Ren's body along the tentacles, inserted into his flesh. It started. Cui Yan said in a deep voice. Everyone held their breath, waiting to deal with the unpredictable situation below. Chapter 746 Healing. Song Ren was conscious, so he felt the pain from the beginning. After the back of his neck felt cold, it immediately became a piercing pain, as if a dozen coffin nails had penetrated his body. Even though he was injured a lot, he couldn't help but frown. Then, the bones seemed to want to escape, tearing through the skin on his back and passing out. He didn't know why the bones became like liquid and surged up and down, and he didn't have time to think about it. It was as if someone was trying to pull his spine out of his body alive. He held his breath, bit the towel tightly, and stared. Antonio happened to see his forbearing expression and secretly praised him for being a tough guy. Fortunately, this period of pain passed quickly. After the pain subsided, it began to become dense. For Song Ren, this degree was nothing at all. He loosened his gums and took a deep breath. In a moment, Song Ren's body was covered with a layer of visible sweat. If he was not unable to move, he would definitely be trembling all over. It is impossible for only the head to move slightly like now. But not being able to move also means that everything has not started yet. Only being able to move proves that the nerves have begun to connect. After Song Ren calmed down for a few times, he adjusted his breathing and prepared for the next tough battle. Sure enough, not long after, he felt the fine pain getting worse and worse, as if there were thorny tubes running through his body and getting thicker and thicker, as if he was going to tear his blood vessels or nerves. He continued to hold his breath, trying to resist this wave, but a sudden upward pain appeared, as if it passed through the inside of the spine and rushed up along the medullary canal. He knew it was going to connect to the brain. The pain seemed to be breaking the bones one by one. He seemed to hear the bones in his neck being pulled to the limit, crackling, and even though he bit the towel tightly, his head twitched unconsciously. The people around him only saw his head twitching, and his body was still completely still. If it weren't for his facial expression, that said it all. Just looking at his body, you couldn't tell what he was going through. Lin Fan's eyes were red, and he didn't dare to look up his neck, so he could only hold Song Ren's hand tightly. His hands were soft and weak, but his body temperature was higher than before, and his hands were sweating all the time. How is the boss? There was a sudden noise outside the door. It was Lee Chun-Hua's voice. They did not follow the spaceship because they had to bring the Mecha vehicle with them, so they came back very slowly. As soon as they got off the car, they rushed to the medical department. Seeing so many people gathered at the door of Song Ren's ward, they became even more worried. Lee Chun-Hua and a few others pushed aside the doctors who were watching and rushed to the door of the ward. They saw that Song Ren was surrounded by people, leaving only a little space for his feet. It seemed that nothing had happened. Hasn't it started yet? Lee Chun-Hua stopped and took a breath. Are we catching up? They have a special relationship with Song Ren, especially Lee Chun-Hua. If he is not present at this critical moment, he will die with his eyes wide open. Look at Sister Lin. Ji Yu saw what was going on at a glance and quietly pointed out Lee Chun-Hua. Gao Fei also saw it. Lin Fan just looked back at them. His eyes were red, as if he was about to cry. It should have started. What? Lee Chun-Hua couldn't help it immediately. Let me in. I have to be there. That's my brother. The people from the Special Affairs Office knew who they were and looked inside. Cui Yan turned his head unhappily. Let them in. Zhang Zhaoji, go out. Zhang Zhaoji was stunned for a moment and left obediently. He knew that his physical fitness was not good. It was okay to be a strong man when no one was around, but in front of well-trained people like Lee Chun-Hua, he became a weak point. He wanted to help Song Ren, but he didn't want to be a hindrance. After receiving the order, the Mecha team rushed in impatiently. Cui Yan added, 4 people come in, and the others stand by. He, Sen Fangyan, and the old lady were not as strong as these rough men. If Lin Fan was not special, He would have wanted to take Lin Fan away. Lee Chun-hua and the other four stood very well, and Cui Yan and the other three retreated to the wall, trying not to add to the blockage in the limited space. At this time, Song Ren's brain nerves had been connected. His body began to tremble slightly, his skin turned red, and sweat poured down. The boss can move. He can move. Lee Chun-hua saw a miracle happen as soon as he stood up and shouted excitedly, "Shut up." Cui Yan ordered, "He will be in so much pain later. Remember to suppress him." Lee Chun-hua choked, and then she noticed Song Ren's abnormality and understood why Lin Fan wanted to cry, and he wanted to cry too. Song Ren felt that his brain was pierced by a steel nail, cold, as if it was going to pierce the top of his head. But after this wave passed, the pain in his head began to slowly ease, replaced by the pain below his neck, which became more and more intense and more violent. It was as if 100 horses were pulling a cart and running wildly in his body. His body was already broken and could not be broken anymore, but for some reason he could still feel these. He finally couldn't help it and squeezed out a low hum from his throat, breathing rapidly, and the towel in his mouth was almost soaked. "Hey, buddy, you are shaking below your neck, which is a good sign. You have to hold on." Antonio saw that Lin Fan had started to tremble and couldn't speak at all, so he showed his social bull attributes in time. "Yeah, Captain Song, your legs are shaking. You can move now. You have to hold on." Gao Fei also shouted. Lee Chun-hua was even more noisy and screaming, which made people feel both noisy and excited. After hearing this, Song Ren's original laziness returned a little. All things are difficult at the beginning. He has successfully passed the beginning, so the rest will definitely not be a problem. The trembling cold touch in the palm of his hand kept reminding him that Lin Fan was right next to him. She didn't say anything, but held his hand tightly. "Song Ren, you have to hold on. This is the opportunity Lin Fan asked for." Song Ren gritted his teeth and used all his strength to hold on. Lin Fan suddenly looked at his clenched hands. Hands seemed to move. Lin Fan cried as soon as he opened his mouth, and tears rolled down his face. Hearing the sound, everyone looked at Song Ren's hand. After waiting for a long time, they saw that the fingertips on the shaking hand twitched slightly. This is a good sign. "Song Ren, the hand can move too. Can you feel it?" Sen Fangyuan couldn't help shouting. Song Ren felt it. He felt a pain that penetrated his bones, as if it was going to tear apart all the skin and flesh cells in his body. The pain made him feel like he had 100 hands and 100 feet, and his body was as big as Pandu, so that he could be pulled repeatedly like this. What stage has this reached? How long will it take? Mi Jiao couldn't help but ask. The clothes of the young man on the bed were all wet, and even the sheets under him were soaked. She had lived for so many years, and she had never seen such pain. But she knew that pain could really kill people. "It's still early," he said in a flat tone. His foot nerves haven't been connected yet. Even if they are connected, there are still various tiny nerves behind them. "I have seen the nerve distribution map of you Langsing people, and there are many. You just wait to press him, if he is still alive." Jiu's face turned pale when he thought of the appearance of the nerve plexus. If this is just the beginning, can Captain Song really survive? Lin Fan was also dumbfounded. "Didn't you say there is no risk?" she shouted loudly. No risk refers to the biological fusion, not that he can't stand the pain. Yi was unmoved. "How do I know that you Langsing people have such a low tolerance for pain?" Lin Fan looked at his calm face and wanted to give him two big fights. "Is that what you said? They didn't know it would hurt so much before." "Okay. This is definitely not okay. Song Ren doesn't have the ability to repair yet, and he may not be able to stand it." Lin Fan suddenly had an idea. "Teacher Mi, can't you heal him? Can you save him?" Mi Jiao is a water element, and the most common direction of the water element is healing. Mi Jiao also had this idea and asked Yi, "Will external healing affect internal nerve connectivity?" "Theoretically, no. As long as it doesn't interfere with nerve function, you can do whatever you want." Yi suddenly became interested. "How are you going to heal? What means are you going to use? Use this method." Mi Jiao was also a little unhappy, and her tone was a little aggressive. She waved her hand, and a light blue ribbon-like stream of water surrounded Song Ren for a circle, instantly turning into mist and seeping into Song Ren's body. The next moment, the red skin color began to lighten, and the rapid breathing gradually changed. It worked. Lin Fan called out to Mijao. "Teacher me, please." "Got it." Mijao also breathed a sigh of relief, waved her hand, and sent healing one after another to wrap around Song Ren. He is building a new neural channel, and the pain cannot be forcibly blocked, otherwise he will be in trouble if something happens, and he can't feel it. I will comfort him through other senses, relieve the pain, and then replenish his physical strength. Is that okay? Stop crying and laughing, it's ugly. Lin Fan sniffed, wiped away his tears with one hand, and held Song Ren's hand tightly and warned. You have to cheer up. Teacher Me will always help you heal and replenish your physical strength. You're fine, Song Ren, you can do it. We are all waiting for you to stand up again. You come on. Song Ren did feel much better, and his dizzy head was clear. Lin Fan's words came in through layers of barriers. He suddenly remembered the reason why he avoided her. Thinking of the dazzling reflection of the stars in the sun, Lin Fan wincing in pain on the hospital bed, the green turtle nailing the stars to the wall with all his might, his bright red blood flowing all over his white armor. They fought one after another, but could do nothing to the green turtle. He wanted to stand up. He wanted to stand by her side again. Line Crossing's strongest healer Mijao was in place. Well, I didn't think of the plot here when I wrote this. I'm really a little genius. Chapter 747 Price. The principle of this treatment is actually very simple. It is to let the nerve fibers in the octopus creature enter along Song Ren's broken nerves and connect to the brain. It is equivalent to a prosthesis in a sense, or it is more accurate to call it an artificial nerve. But how can it be comfortable to have a foreign body enter the body? Go to the endoscopy department of the hospital and see that most people who do gastroscopy and colonoscopy have to take anesthesia. Otherwise it is difficult to endure the nausea, pain and other discomfort reactions of foreign bodies entering the body. The endoscope tube is much thinner than the throat tube, but the body will still reflexively reject foreign objects, not to mention the delicate and sensitive nerves. The nerves of the Langsing people are numerous and complex. From the anatomical diagram, it is a tree-like structure from the spine downwards, and different bone joints have many different branches, which are integrated into the human nervous system. Generally speaking, the human body is composed of two basic nerves. One is the sensory nerve, that can transmit the senses of the skin surface. This type of nerve fiber is lined with blood vessels, with receptors at the end, and the other end is connected to the brain or spinal cord. After the receptors are stimulated by the outside world, they react and convert into nerve impulses, which are then transmitted to the central nervous system through nerves, causing sensation or reflex. The sensory nerves are further subdivided into olfactory nerves, optic nerves, auditory nerves, and other nerve fibers that are purely transmitted by the senses, as well as mixed nerve fibers that are mixed with motor fibers, such as trigeminal nerves, spinal nerves, vagus nerves, etc. People usually feel the intensity of light, the volume of sound, the distance of location, the fragrance and odor of smell, temperature, pain, vibration, etc., all of which are the sensory nerves working hard. When a person gradually becomes insensitive to these sensations, the result of medical treatment must be a diagnosis of sensory loss. That is, there is a problem with the sensory nerves. The other is the motor nerve. Instructions are sent from the brain or spinal cord to make the internal organs, muscles, glands, etc. respond accordingly. Among them, somatic nerves and visceral nerves can be further subdivided. I won't go into details about the specific working principles. Each nerve is composed of countless nerve fibers, and there are many layers of perineurium wrapped on the outside to form a nerve bundle. People usually think that nerves are one by one for the thumb, and one for the index finger, but in fact, there are far more than one nerve bundle controlling a finger, and there are many nerve fibers in each nerve bundle. This also leads to the fact that the organism wants to take over the nerves in Song Ren's body, and it has to insert them into different nerve fibers over and over again to replace them. Not only the blocked motor nerves, but also the sensory nerves that have been effective all the time must be taken over, and his originally damaged Langsing nervous system must be completely replaced to achieve the result that the nerve reactions in the later stage can be synchronized. Song Ren's sensory nerves had been repaired by living water before, and they were basically good. This also led to the fact that he would feel pain all the time after the replacement began, and this feeling will continue to overlap as the nerve fiber replacement deepens, and the motor nerves gradually recover, and the body will naturally begin to reflexively move as the mobility gradually recovers. In extreme pain, no matter how strong the willpower is, and how patient a person is, the body's reaction cannot be concealed. Song Ren's body trembled like a sieve, which was the motor nerve recovery and the reaction to the pain reflex in the brain. Everyone knows that this is a good thing, but watching the scene, they still can't help but feel distressed. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand how painful the pain of nerves is. Some people can scream when a needle pierces their fingers. In medical treatment, when encountering a slightly larger wound, anesthetics are required to suture it. Most people can't stand the pain of raw sutures. Not to mention that a large operation requires a person to be fully anesthetized. This is the pain at the end of the surface reflex nerve. Song Ren is now experiencing the pain from the inside of the nerve. The whole root penetrates to the end. The pain and suffering are terrible to think about. The foreign body transformation process of mature organisms is not easy. Wu created countless strange species by fusing multiple genes, which can be seen from the records of classic of mountains and seas. But after evolution, in the end, various high-performance genes were suppressed and iterated by ordinary genes, and finally formed the current Langsing people, who survived stably and ordinary. In the gene structure, a stable form is the basis of everything, and any addition of foreign objects is assumed to be destroying this stable structure. This also leads to the fact that when components that the gene itself does not recognize appear, in order not to destroy the stability of the structure and ensure safety, the body will frantically issue all warnings to stop the subsequent process. This warning is most directly reflected in pain, which will make people stop hurting themselves. Some will also show other feelings such as dizziness and nausea, which act on the brain to warn you that there is danger. Pay attention. If you don't take measures in time, the most serious consequence will be death. In short, forcibly fusing other gene products in mature people is a dangerous and very uncomfortable thing, and ordinary people can't stand it. In Wu's hands, there are countless culture dishes that failed to kill each other at the cell fusion stage. Even in the civilization class of Octobers, gene fusion with high interstellar technology must start from cells. Force it, using the body as a battlefield, and letting genes fight and rob each other is a simple torture method. Of course, it's not that no one can survive this tragic process, but the number is too small. Moreover, the body after the fight will have various genetic defects, and it may not be perfected after many generations of reproduction. So it is hard to say how good this life is. But if you can survive, maintain the previous quality of life, and even become stronger than before, calling them perverts is a sincere compliment. Take Lin Fan and his companion stone for example. The process of fusing the companion stone was also a coincidence of narrow escape. At that time, Lin Fan was determined to die. When he jumped into the river, he was hit on the head by 818 floating in the river. His increasingly weak body function caused his genes to gradually lose vitality. The inconspicuous octopus gene that was originally hidden behind spontaneously began to activate its meager repair ability. With the blood flowing out, it happened to fuse with 818 that only reacted to this gene. The following things naturally came to fruition. It was just that the fusion process was interrupted by external forces, the body repair was not completed, and the companion stone was not completely absorbed, which led to poor circulation. The meager octopus gene repair function was interrupted, and it could not continue to repair the body defects. Because the Mecha was not a complete body, it needed to constantly absorb the energy of Lin Fan's body to support basic power consumption. When she was sucked to pieces and her body was no longer able to function, the repair gene would come out to save her life, and then shrink back into the corner when the energy was exhausted. This was the truth behind why Lin Fan was always sick and weak. It was just that at that time, she happened to have depression. So she always thought it was a psychological problem. Always not good. Always not good. Until later, as 818 absorbed and evolved again and again, the octopus gene also gradually showed stronger genetic characteristics as the Mecha body became more and more complete, including but not limited to the heaven-defying attribute of self-repair. The strengthened octopus gene also began to feed back, repairing other parts of the gene chain, further optimizing and strengthening Lin Fan's original genetic composition, allowing her to remain young and full, and also beautifying and smoothing her skin. Antonio was the same. When she fell off the mountain while rock climbing, she didn't say she was shattered to pieces at the time. Anyway, under normal circumstances, she would have died. It just happened that the piece under him was a companion stone, and no one stopped him from absorbing it completely. So when he woke up, he had no idea what happened until he accidentally transformed into a Mecha. The fusion process was full of coincidences, and it was a process of dying and living. There must be more than 2 people on Langsing who have repaired genes. Green Turtle is also a successful case. Speaking of Green Turtle, he is also an unfinished body. He was too arrogant at the beginning, otherwise Xingqian would not have been able to kill him. It can only be said that it was God's will that he happened to die on the companion stone and still had a breath to wait for the fusion to succeed. But even people like Lin Fan must have suffered in the fusion. It's just that they lost consciousness at the time and didn't feel anything. Not to mention the unbearable pain in Lin Fan's body during the several upgrades. Now she has already adapted to the Mecha body, but she still has to endure the pain of breaking the body every time she transforms. Although the body will repair quickly, the pain still exists. This is also the price that needs to be borne for forced fusion. Let's talk about Song Ren's current experience. Of course, the octopus man's external organism does not participate in the work of Langsing's genes. It is just like titanium alloy bone replacement, used as a pure tool. But it happens to act on the nerves, which causes the already strong feeling to be maximized. This dense and endless pain constantly hits the brain through the nerves, like a landslide and a tsunami. Song Ren's world seems to be constantly exploding, repeating the process of reconstruction and destruction over and over again. Putting aside the pain, the psychological feeling is also very devastating. Fortunately, Mijao took action and the treatment has never stopped. Although it cannot act directly on the pain nerves, it can also have a certain effect by soothing other nerves. Just like when injecting a muscle, scratching it with your fingers will feel less painful when you are injured. Blowing close to it will also reduce the pain. Mijao uses this method to continuously reduce the pain and replenish Song Ren's physical strength. No matter how big the injury is, the blood bar can be fully pulled up and not dragged down. But this kind of marginal healing is ultimately a drop in the bucket. So when Song Ren's motor nerves were gradually replaced, the amplitude of his reflex movements began to increase. Lin Fan felt like her hand was about to be crushed. She was hesitating whether to pull it out or let him hold it. If it broke, it broke. Anyway, she could repair it. At this time, Song Ren suddenly began to struggle. He stretched his hands to the extreme, waving his arms vigorously, disconnecting all the wires connected to the ECG device on his body, and began to kick his feet. His body kept bouncing up like a stranded fish. Before everyone could react, he saw his mouth open and the towel fell to the side. The horse howl tore the periosteum of everyone with pain and despair. Hold him down. This chapter is almost all popular science. It also explains some of the foreshadowing before. I don't think anyone saw it, so he just exploded. Hey. Lin Fan's fusion was interrupted because someone jumped into the river to rescue her. Why she didn't repair it before, and why she did it later, including becoming beautiful, etc. are all explained here. Our beauty is not the kind of peerless beauty. It's just her original facial features, optimized a little bit. Beauty, haha. In addition, her cells are young and her figure is good. Who is not a great beauty at 18, right? Let's not write about the peerless beauty, just the feeling of being the best self. Regarding Song Ren's nerves, I went to check it out. Because the later plot will be related to this, I might as well write it in detail here, otherwise I will have to write about it later. This way, I can just briefly mention it later. I will try not to write popular science later. The plot will move forward, speed up, exclamation mark. Chapter 748 Physical Improvement. As Mijao spoke, she quickly mobilized the mist around Song Ren, forming a water ball that stuck in his mouth, to prevent him from biting his tongue. Lee Chunhua and the other 5 immediately pounced on him, some pressing his legs, some pressing his hands, and pressing his shoulders, to hold him down on the bed. The 5 young and strong men put in enough effort, but they just managed to hold him down. As the pain increased exponentially, Song Ren struggled more and more, like a raging beast, constantly rushing around, and his body, which had just regained its mobility, also went crazy. His skin was red all over, and he couldn't close the blue water ball stuck in his mouth. His face was hideous, and his handsome and elegant features could no longer be seen. His throat kept howling, and the veins on both sides of his neck were bulging high, as if blood would gush out if he exerted a little more force. In order to completely suppress him, Lee Chunhua and the other 5 had to press him down with all their strength. But even with all their strength, they could still feel the resistance from below getting stronger and stronger, pushing them up unsteadily. Lin Fan had already moved away from the bedside and covered his mouth with his hands, not daring to make a sound. Fuck. Antonio had already held Song Ren's head in his arms, but he still felt that the situation was going to get out of control. How can he be so strong? Didn't they say there was no genetic bonus? No. Aya's calm voice seemed particularly ruthless in the anxious atmosphere, but no one cared about this. No additional instructions were inserted when the organism was generated. His abnormality has nothing to do with genes. Cui Yan's heart was as cold as his, and he couldn't help but stare at him for a while after hearing his words. Sure enough, he is not of my kind. It may be because of me. Mijao frowned. The extra physical strength he was given made him have endless strength. The physical strength supplement was originally to support Song Ren, but now it seems to be embarrassing them, the assistants. But they can't retreat. Song Ren is now so physically exhausted. If there is no backup, he will soon collapse. The chain reaction that follows is not what they want. Antonio hissed and could only grit his teeth and hold Song Ren's head tightly with all his strength. Even if they have physical strength replenishment, can a normal person burst out with such great strength? Sen Fangyuan looked at the people who were being pushed up and down on the hospital bed. Their faces were flushed, and their muscles were stretched to the extreme. It can be seen that they have also used up all their strength. Antonio didn't say anything, but the other 4 were professional Mecha pilots. Under the training of Song Ren, the devil instructor, their physical fitness can be said to be strong. 5 people can't suppress Song Ren. When people are in desperate situations, can they really burst out with such terrifying strength? Sen Fangyuan was puzzled and frightened at the same time, and felt that something was wrong. 10 minutes ago, Song Ren was still lying on the bed motionless. 10 minutes later, he was so fierce that he seemed to be able to capture the Starfish building alone. Even if it was a desperate situation and physical strength replenishment, it wouldn't lead to this result, right? Do normal Langsing people have this potential? Or, does Song Ren also have some strange genes in his body? The kind with super strength? He thought so and asked so. Yi stared at Song Ren and observed and recorded without paying attention to him. It was Ibutu who answered. There is no abnormal gene like the one you mentioned in his genetic macup. Of course, we cannot rule out that we have not identified it, although this possibility is not high. The reason for his sudden increase in strength, I think it has something to do with the organism. Didn't the external organism just replace his nerves and not involve anything else? Lin Fan asked in surprise. Are these guys reliable? First of all, it hurts so much. Even if they said it, it wouldn't change the result. At least they could prepare in advance and wouldn't be so flustered, right? And it was clearly agreed before that it was just to install a spare part, so why is it affecting strength now? Lin Fan originally had full trust and goodwill towards these octopuses because they could help Song Ren recover, but now he has been cut in half. We are not participating, but after all, our nerves are stronger than your Langsing people in all indicators. Ibutu raised several tentacles and twisted them, so after the replacement is successful, it is actually our nervous system that works. The relevant parameters such as sensitivity and strength should be improved. As for the extent, it depends on the limitations of your muscles and bones. As such a large intelligent species, it is natural that the octopus man has stronger nerve ability than the Langsing people. Once the replacement is successful, these benefits will fall on Song Ren permanently, which is indeed more beneficial than harmful. If you ignore the current situation that is about to be suppressed. Lin Fan understood the joints, but still had a breath stuck in his heart. He could only wipe his face hard and sighed helplessly. Why didn't you say it earlier? If they had said these things earlier, they would not be so passive. We have not tested it on similar organisms before, so there is no similar reference. This person's reaction is also far beyond our expectations. Ars's answer seemed to explain that they did not deliberately conceal it, but some situations can only be known after their peer. This is also one of the meanings of the experiment. You can't blame them. Cui Yan frowned and spoke coldly. In their position, it is not easy to contribute living organisms unconditionally. Song Ren's situation is not something they should consider. We are too unprepared. They believed too much in the alien high technology, or maybe there was some communication error. In short, they really believed that there was no problem when the octopus man said there was no problem, which led to the current chaos. If Mi Jiao from the Special Affairs Office had not happened to be at the scene, Song Ren might not have survived the severe pain in the early stage, let alone struggle. Lin Fan knew that Cui Yan was right. The octopus man's help was essentially for the purpose of experiment. Of course, there was also sympathy for her, but paying the price of a hand to help Song Ren was already very generous. Song Ren is Langsing's responsibility, and the octopus man does not need to consider him too much. They naturally ignored it. She glanced at the broken tentacle of Ars, which was pointed and bald, and was particularly conspicuous among the tentacles. She was obviously still feeling guilty before. Why did she blame him now? Once his rationality returned, his panicked heart instantly calmed down. Lin Fan gently stroked the bracelet on his left hand, and his chaotic emotions gradually disappeared. How long will it take? I can't hold on any longer. Antonio's face turned red, and he began to roar. Soon. Yi replied to him sternly. Judging from his reaction, the motor nerves should have all been connected, and the time to replace the sensory nerves should also be about the same. The pain should not be intensified, but I'm not sure if he can hold on until the end. Song Ren no longer looked like a human being. All the blood vessels on his skin were bulging, and his skin was as red as if it was burning. Even though the water-based supernatural power was constantly surrounding him to comfort and replenish him, it still made people feel that he would die on the spot in the next second. Where is the running water? Lin Fan asked suddenly. She glanced at Cui Yan and looked at the person at the door. Live water may be effective for this situation. John Woo and his friends were struck by lightning, and they recovered by soaking in live water. Let's put Song Ren in there and try. The ugly woman was also struck by lightning, and was relieved by being thrown into live water. Lin Fan still remembered how strong the lightning was at that time. The damage should be no less than what Song Ren is experiencing now, right? Cui Yan immediately said without hesitation. Then put Song Ren in there. Where is the live water? It's next door. A doctor shouted outside. In order to facilitate treatment, the tank for storing live water was specially moved to the next door, but it's too heavy to move. Then let's go over there. Cui Yan has always been decisive. He looked at the few people lying on the bed. It was barely enough to suppress them, but moving them over should be a bit difficult. Cui Yan looked at the door and was about to call a few more people in to help, but Al spoke. Let me do it. He stretched out more than a dozen tentacles to the bed. You are too weak and have too few hands. It looks very inconvenient. Everyone knew that he was right, but no one stood up for a while, and they all looked at Cui Yan. Cui Yan exchanged glances with Sen Fangyan, and then looked at Lin Fan. After noticing that the girl hesitated for a moment, her eyes quickly became certain, and she spoke directly. Let him do it. Li Chunhua and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but they began to worry at the same time. They watched the thick and long tentacles stick to Song Ren's body before they slowly stood up. As they stood up, the suppressing force decreased, and Song Ren bounced up instantly. He was fast, but ours was even faster. The moment Song Ren's body was completely out of the bed, his 8 tentacles wrapped around him. He was tied up like a dumpling, unable to move at all. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, having great strength and many hands has obvious benefits. Ours lifted up the nearly 1.9 meter tall Song Ren without any effort, but he felt very uncomfortable when he sensed his painful and violent emotions through his biological body, and his speech became a little hurried. Lead the way. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749, Testing with Living Water. Mijao did not stop the treatment, and followed up with the living water. The two-pronged approach quickly calmed Song Ren. Although his skin color did not change much, and his eyes were still red, a trace of clarity could be seen from time to time in his confused eyes. After Song Ren calmed down, the other onlookers all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that they could finally breathe normally. What is the composition of this? Ae became interested in the living water again. Sen Fangyuan stepped forward to explain, talking about the magical power of the living water, and specifically pointed out that it was a limited resource left by Nuwa. Oh. Ae was more interested after hearing it. Can I take a sample for analysis? 800 and the Special Affairs Office had analyzed the composition of the living water a long time ago, and wanted to extract the activated components for public medical treatment. However, due to limited scientific and technological capabilities, the results obtained were mediocre, and eventually nothing was done. Letting the octopus people analyze it should be able to get more information, but will such a good thing arouse their desire for plunder? The people of the Line League quarreled, and the person in charge of Country H could not make a decision. The old man was also paying attention to Song Ren's situation. After thinking for a while, he asked Sen Fangyuan to agree. Judging from the current performance of the octopus people, they have not shown much interest in the various resources on Langsing. Except for Lin Fan and Antonio, this is the first time to have living water. Moreover, compared with the two Mecha men mixed with a large number of Langsing genes, living water is the high-tech dimension left by Nuwa, and it is a resource that can really attract and rob. They have always wanted to hide these high-level energy information that can attract the attention of the octopus people, but now it is obviously impossible. In this case, why not use the living water to try the attitude of the octopus people again and see if it will change because of the extra new resources? Sen Fangyuan was not surprised to receive the notice of consent. He just used the reason that the living water he had used was not pure to delay for a while, to wait for the notice, but he knew in his heart that in all likelihood, the higher-ups would not refuse. How to refuse? What can he refuse with? He can't beat him, not to mention that Song Ren just relied on others to save him. Even if the octopus people have more than a dozen hands and have the ability to regenerate, that is not a reason to cut off their hands at will. Country H has always been about giving and taking, and was just thinking about how to make up for the friendship of the broken limb when this opportunity came to them. Exchanging living water samples for living organisms is the pursuit of high-level technology, and it seems to be fairly equal, so this favor can basically be considered repaid. 800 does not have extra living water, and if you want unused ones, you have to go to the Special Affairs Office. Ae was very impatient. After Song Ren's body gradually returned to normal and confirmed that the nerve replacement was complete, he would set off immediately regardless of Song Ren not being awake. Lin Fan was worried because he did not see Song Ren open his eyes, but fortunately, after the ECG monitoring device was reconnected, all the data showed normal. The medical department judged that Song Ren should be in a shallow coma after exhaustion, which was similar to the state of Lin Fan after his evolution, and it was uncertain when he would wake up. Mijao saw Lin Fan looking back every few steps and injected a large amount of water-based supernatural power into the living water. Seeing that Song Ren's face looked better, she pulled Lin Fan's arm and walked a few steps faster to catch up with us in front. Don't worry, he survived such a difficult situation. There will be no problem. It is impossible to be relieved, but Song Ren's matter can only be put aside for the time being. When the spaceship took off, the moon hung high in the night sky like a silver plate, emitting bright and soft light. In the spaceship, the Blue Star people did not need to stick close to the octopus man like on the ground. There was nothing to keep an eye on during the journey, so they rested in the hall where Mijayo and the others temporarily stayed. Mijayo was old, and after a day of hard work, her physical strength had long been a little exhausted. Leaning on the chair and dozing off, Lin Fan looked at the night sky facing the transparent curtain wall, and began to worry about the next trip. The superior's intention had been informed to them through the headset, and even taking people directly to the special affairs office was the old man's decision. Lin Fan felt that the old man always liked to take risky tactics. At such an old age, his methods were not gentle at all. But everyone else seemed to be used to it. Only her heart was pounding, always afraid that something bad would happen. Hey. Antonio came over from behind, sat down next to her, and looked out the window together. It's hard to see the night sky from this angle. I don't know how the spaceship was made. It looks solid from the outside, but from many places inside, when you look out, it looks like a panoramic skylight with no obstructions at all, and everything outside is visible. It's much more shocking than looking out through a small window on the plane. Lin Fan seemed to react at this time, and looked at the big moon seriously. What are you thinking about again? Antonio knew what she was thinking when he saw her wilted look. It's safe. What else? Lin Fan lowered her head and looked at her palm boredly. Is it really okay to go directly to the special affairs office like this? Will something else happen? You. Antonio chuckled and stroked Lin Fan's head. He didn't care when he saw her covering her head with her hands and glaring at him accusingly. Always worrying about this and that. Instead of worrying about things that haven't happened, why don't you enjoy the beauty of the present? He pointed his chin outward and pointed at the beautiful night. Lin Fan curled her lips and put down her hands. It's not that I don't understand this, it's just, oh, I just can't control myself. She also felt that she was ridiculous and deliberately used internet homophones when she spoke, but it was a pity that she was flirting with a blind man, and the foreigner Antonio didn't hear it at all. Look, when I went to the special affairs office, you were also worried, right? Antonio moved closer to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was a little embarrassed and didn't respond. Didn't nothing happen later? Antonio spread his hands. So you can just treat them as my plus, right? Let's do it again. We can fight against the enemy, aren't we both here? Lin Fan rolled his eyes at him directly. You don't understand, let alone plus. Even your mini is useless. This is my problem. Oh, just don't bother with it. At the end, she pushed Antonio and pushed him back to his original position. If I don't take care of you, who will? Antonio looked around. Sen Fangyuan was looking at the tablet without even raising his head, not knowing what he was doing. Old Lady Mi was asleep, and another person from the special affairs office also had his eyes closed, not knowing whether he was sleeping or resting. He kept his hands in his pockets, even when he was sitting, which made Antonio particularly want to see his hands outside. We are the closest in terms of feelings and blood, so of course I have to take care of you. Antonio turned around and continued. Lin Fan was speechless. How can we be close in blood? We are of different races, okay? Don't talk about that little octopus gene. It's thousands of years away. That doesn't matter. Antonio smiled. Just because we are the only two biological mechas on Langsing, isn't that close enough? Lin Fan didn't refute this time. He lowered his head and thought for a while, and asked him in a low voice. You say, will they really let Song Ren fuse with the companion stone? Once Song Ren fuses with the companion stone, it is equivalent to having an extra biological mecha with powerful combat power. Lin Fan was naturally happy to see it happen. But, who? Antonio asked. Those guys from the LAN Alliance? Why do you care about them? Anyway, I know that you, Country H, will definitely be happy to see it happen. Otherwise, why would you spend so much effort to give him an external organism? Let him stand up and resume his normal life. Lin Fan glared at him. TSK, Antonio sneered. You are just deceiving yourself. I don't believe you don't know. Instead of worrying about the LAN Alliance, you should worry about whether the octopus people will agree to take out the companion stone. That thing can be regarded as a property left by the people of their planet, right? Although Ovi also fished out to in Atlantis, it is really hard to say who owns it. Lin Fan ignored his sarcasm, but began to secretly calculate in his heart that, if the octopus people did not allow it, they would secretly give 212 to Song Ren. Anyway, no one would know. Chapter 750, A Cunning Rabbit Knows How Many Burrows It Has. Lin Fan didn't know how many entrances the Special Affairs Office had. She had walked past the Ririhang entrance, the one in the shopping mall parking lot, the flight path, and had landed from a certain mountaintop. But now, she had come to a new entrance. The spaceship was parked on a dilapidated and desolate land, with weeds half a person tall growing on the ground. At a glance, there wasn't even a decent unfinished building around, only some small broken walls and ruins, and it was unknown when the old houses were built, and even a dog couldn't hide. Such places are actually not uncommon in Country H, but the strange thing is that in the middle of this wasteland where even the zombies of the end of the world don't come, there actually stands a subway entrance. It's unknown when it was built, but it's been a while. The facade has become mottled due to long-term weathering, and the rusty iron gate is covered with dust. It's unknown if it can still be opened. There is dust and grass on the stairs going down, and it's immersed in darkness. Lin Fan had seen similar posts on the internet, complaining about what the point of building such a subway station was. Now, she finally knew the answer. Such a natural geographical advantage means that the spacecraft does not need to worry about anything when landing. In addition, it is dark, and no one knows that the most popular visiting group on Langsing has landed in Gao. As soon as the hatch opened, a water hose jumped out, clearing the weeds in the straight line between the spacecraft and the subway entrance, revealing a relatively flat ground. Then, the iron gate slowly moved up, making a harsh sound. The water hose swept the dust on the passage and threw it aside. Dots of blue light lit up on both sides of the dark passage, like lights suspended in the air. Wow. Antonio looked at Mijao with a glowing look in his eyes. He leaned over to Lin Fan and asked in a low voice, "Can I learn that thing?" Mijao had helped Song Ren before, but at that time, Antonio was only focused on pressing people, and the healing method was relatively mild, so the effect was not as cool as it is now, so naturally it did not attract Antonio's attention. Now this opening, in the dark night, has a full light effect, and the style is directly pulled to the strongest. Antonio was not to mention, the three octopus people were also stunned. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, and wanted to say that of course people without superpowers would not work. But he soon thought that the environment of Blue Star had changed, and it was hard to say whether Antonio had superpowers. While Lin Fan was thinking divergently, Mijao took 2 steps forward and spoke. The School of Superpowers has already started operating. If you want to know if you have this ability, just take a test. Everyone please. Welcome to the Special Affairs Office. The boss is the boss. When he arrives at his home court, his momentum is different. He is not like a half-baked leader like Lin Fan, who has no sense of ownership at all. He was originally very interested in Mijao's superpowers. He took the lead in getting off the boat and stretched out a hand to touch the blue light like a small bulb. Ibuto showed his characteristics of just becoming an adult. He passed AE and circled back and forth on the road, happy like a child of hundreds of years old. Although Sen Fangyuan was also seeing it for the first time and was deeply shocked, he hid it well. He always had a decent smile on his face. Antonio had already rushed down when Ibuto went down and followed him in circles, grinning like a fool. "Please come in, distinguished guests." Mijao extended the invitation again, stepped out of the spaceship first, and led the way in front of ours. After so long, they also knew that, although there was no obvious hierarchy among the octopus people, ours was still implicitly the leader. It might be related to his age and experience. Therefore, in occasions where ours was present, ours was mainly responsible for communication, and ours's personality was obviously gentler. Compared with the cold AE and the jumpy Ibuto, everyone was more willing to communicate with ours. Of course, with the exception of Antonio, Shinyu had no such worries. The group went down the stairs, and the iron gate slowly fell after they entered, and the blue fluorescence dissipated little by little. Soon, nothing could be seen in the dark night, leaving only a small reflection in the corner of the eaves of the subway entrance facing the spaceship. In the dark subway passage, there was always blue light as big as a light bulb on both sides, and the octopus was coated with a layer of blue light, as if swimming in the sea. Mijao quickly led a group of people to a wall, walked to the corner, and fiddled with something. The thick brick wall rose up, and made a rumbling sound. Bright light poured out from the gap below, gradually revealing a spacious and bright metal passage behind, which was completely different from the abandoned subway passage outside with a long sense of age. How many such hidden entrances and exits does your company have? Antonio thought that the abandoned subway entrance was the limit, but he didn't expect that there was a cave inside. The material of this passage is no different from the flight passage, entered in the Mecha state before. It can be seen that it was built in recent years. Who would have thought that there is such a place under the weeds? If I say I don't know, do you believe it? Lin Fan was shocked by the means of the Special Affairs Office again and again, and he felt numb. The passages of the Special Affairs Office have always been spacious. They were originally prepared for some special superpowers in the office, but now they are unusually suitable for octopus people. Ours and his friends haven't felt so comfortable for a long time. The normal indoor space of Lansing is inevitably cramped for them, and they often have to curl up to get in and out. The current environment is truly comfortable for them. They don't have to worry about hitting the wall when twisting their tentacles at will, and they don't have to worry about hitting the ceiling when standing up straight. The comfortable space made AE, who has always been difficult to get along with, relax a lot. Not far away, they arrived at a place similar to a subway platform. There was a rail car parked, which was the kind that Lin Fan had taken before. However, this time it was not a single car, but an extended model. After getting on the car, the group experienced the speed of the highest rail car in Lansing. Only Antonio was screaming. ZHU Kunjin was waiting at the end alone. When he saw them arrive, he walked to the door with a smile. After meeting, there was inevitably another round of introductions and greetings. AE became interested in the environment that was obviously higher than the ground technology of Lansing. He was not in a hurry to get the running water and wanted to visit it. ZHU Kunjin was like a good old gentleman, holding Arz's hand and leading the way. AE and Ibutu followed automatically, like a string of octopus goods being pulled by ZHU Kunjin. Look, I said it's alright, right? Antonio saw that the atmosphere was harmonious and leaned over to Lin Fan to whisper, "Are you more relieved now?" He had been to the Special Affairs Office several times and was quite familiar with it, so he didn't need to follow behind to listen to the introduction. On the contrary, Sen Fangyuan had never been here before, so he listened more carefully. Mijao and the colleagues holding the barrier props left quietly after entering the Special Affairs Office, probably to find a place to rest. ZHU Kunjin replaced Mijao's position, and the barrier was the last thing in the Special Affairs Office. It was a pity that Lin Fan and Antonio couldn't leave yet. ZHU Kunjin was also considerate of them and took them to the cafeteria at the first stop, introducing various delicacies to the octopus man. The octopus man didn't eat, but the sensory impact of seeing the real thing was much worse than seeing the photo, not to mention the various fragrances. Ai was very responsible in recording the screen with his black box, while Lin Fan and Antonio were eating and drinking all the way behind them, just like shopping, replenishing their energy. In the following introduction, ZHU Kunjin, who was interested in the octopus man, could not explain the principle, while ZHU Kunjin could explain the octopus man, who was not interested. He walked and stopped like this, and introduced the public area of the special office and several special departments that were specially arranged. He walked all the way to the information room, and finally regained some sense of future technology by seeing the large screen on the wall through the glass door. The pictures and texts that kept flashing on the screen and the familiar whale calls from time to time made Ibuta full of curiosity. What is this doing? When I got up yesterday, I found that my neck was very sore. Unlike the last time, when I couldn't move due to a stiff neck, I could move this time, but it was sore when I moved. Fortunately, I bought a neck support before and put my head on it, which made me feel much more comfortable. I don't know what happened. Should I change my pillow? I hope it will be fine after a good sleep. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.